Give them all praises, give them all praises. Where the fuck am I going? Who the hell could I be? All this time I've been lost. Vessel trapped in the sea. Chains holding my legs. I just wanna be free. Fist picking my throat. Hell yeah, they know it. Heritage keep going. You can see it in my phenotypes and that. This knowledge keeping me steady. 45 on my hip and my armor man stay ready. I hit the streets in my Chevy. My blunt burn smoke. Here you go, I got plenty. Prayers up for what's in it. In the land I lost in it. Cause every nigga ain't feeling. And every man ain't feeling. No heroes failing. No heroes for my family. But the people's killing us daily. Invader, this is for Invader. Sitting on me invader. All praise to the most high. All praise to the most high. All praise to the most high. Give them all praise. Give them all praise. Invader. This is for the invader. Invader. Sitting on me invader. All praise to the most high. All praise. All praise to the most high. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Where the fuck do you come from? Kidnapping our babies. 11 million abortions. Whole country is scorched. Made him stealing my portion. Bitch, give me my land back. We ain't signed no contracts. Why you wasting all of our trust funds? We don't know who your daddy is, but we know who your kinfolk is. Take the food off of my plate. Eat that shit with my phone. Invader. Motherfucking invader. Invader. This is for the invader. Invader. Sitting home invader. All praise to the most high. All praises to the most high. All praises to the most high. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Invader. This is for the invader. Invader. Sitting home invader. All praises to the most high. All praises to the most high. All praises to the most high. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Hey yeah. 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 All praises to the most high. All praises to the most high. All praises to the most high. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Invader. Invader. Sitting on me invader. Invader. This is for the invader. Invader. Sitting on me invader. Invader. This is for the invader. Invader. Sitting on me invader. All praise to the most high. All praise to the most high. All praise to the most high. Give them all praise. Give them all praises. Hey yeah. 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 Hey yeah.
Peace, peace, peace. What the fuck is that? Man, my bad. That shit was playing the whole time. I ain't even hear it. Peace, 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 peace to everybody. All the Aborigines, all the indigenous people, melanated copper colored people, North, South, Central, conjoining islands. Peace to everybody. It's actually a Sunday build with the brother Medicine Man on American Aboriginal history. Um, and we're gonna be building again, man. I got the brother AP on with me. If Holiday is in the link, I sent you. I mean, if you're in the chat room, I sent you a link, Chief Holiday. So if you want to come on, you damn sure can come on. Um, yeah, man, let's get with it, man. What's up, fellas?
Peace, big bro. You already know, man. We about to rock it on out, man. Uh, you already know. It's always a blessing, man. You already know, bro.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. That's what's up, man. Medicine man, you with us?
Make sure y'all get y'all pen and y'all paper out while we getting started. While we about to get started, this is about to be a heavyweight jam right here.
No doubt. Yeah, man. I guess the brother medicine man must have stepped away for a minute, but until he come back, um, for the most part, what you got going on? What's going on today? Unmute your mic, AP.
Oh damn, my mic was muted the whole time. I'm talking and I'm like,
Yeah,
"What's
yeah.
good?
You
What's
gotta
good?"
look. You gotta look. You
Yeah,
want
people
your
up in the
computer?
chat.
No doubt. If you on your computer, just look at your
Yeah, I see
icon.
it. Yeah,
All
I
right,
did.
no doubt. Sorry about the confusion.
No, it's
We have
all
a
good.
little technical area, technical problems up in here, but it's all good. We got it together. Yeah, for the most part, man. So pretty much exactly what we was just talking about before we went live, as far as like North American history and the mounds of Mississippi, like as far as like St. Louis or whatever. What do you pretty much know about like the Mississippi mounds and Cahokia and Mississippian civilization?
You talking about the Mississippians?
Yes, we could bring it from the Mississippians because I believe that region they stretched to like Cahokia, right?
Yeah, it
If I'm
did.
not.
I mean, well, basically, the Mississippi's inhabited all of the lands, right? Basically, on the sides of the Mississippi, like all the way up from the southern regions where it started, from the Gulf all the way up to Minnesota.
Hmm. So they basically they became I mean, so as far as mounds and everything, like I think I gave you that book too.
Yeah,
It's called the one about Tennessee when it explains like what they had in the mounds and everything. And even on that book right there, the slavery in Cherokee Nation, it tells you they found breastplates.
yeah.
They found all types of things in these mounds or whatever. And the only people who was wearing breastplates was basically the people we assume to be Israelites or Hebrews. Um, yeah, it's a lot of things that I've researched that I've seen in Americas that ain't supposed to be here, man. And they just trying to slip it in like it's just so ordinary. Like, oh yeah, the first 10 commandments was found in Americas. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, oh, what? What do you mean the
Right.
first? What do you mean? What do you mean 10 commandments found? And you saying it so commonly. Oh, Kuru Super is 48,000 100 years BC, and they nobody gonna be smart enough to say, hold up, man, hold up. So you telling me this is older than that? Like how? So like I said, man, I tell people like even to the mounds because I don't want to go too far left. But even dealing with the mounds, Tom, there's quotations that state Thomas Jefferson say that when slaves used to go up to the mounds and mourn. Now you under the assumption anytime you hear that word slave, you already know what you think that is. You think that's an African,
Right.
and,
Exactly.
and you do it subconsciously. You don't think about who is in relation to. I don't even think. I'm starting to think that from when I'm starting to say a lot of this slave talk we know is common. They throw around that shit common now, but I don't believe they was calling us sloughs when they were putting us in bondage. I don't know what term. I haven't ran across it yet for what term they was using, but most of these people who write these books and publish these articles, they normally use the word slave as a word because I don't think they want to put in prisoners of war because
No,
it's the word slave, huh?
no, they're not gonna do that.
Yeah,
That'll be too much of like admitting what really happened.
that's right. The word slave saying so suddenly, and just like even though like we was just like what I was just touching on, you know what I'm saying? Maybe we can just start off with that,
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah,
just to get everybody going. I'm gonna read that little passage,
I
and
think
then I'm gonna go into a quick rant. What you gonna say?
I think that it'll be a real apropos and appropriate if we go ahead and on what we was discussing prior to us coming online on air. That way, it kind of set the foundation, for they could understand that this thing went back way before they telling us and who they were really enslaving, and so they can get an idea of how the so-called transatlantic slave trade really happened.
All right, bet. That's what we're gonna do. All right. Shout out to all the Aborigines. You already know how I do. I try to show you the so-called slave trade, and like I said, I try to go back as far. I try to go back further than 1492, but I try to connect everything from the time Europeans got here. But sometimes we have to revisit some of the Spanish conquistadors, because a lot of Spanish conquistadors did happen to come to the Americas. So with that being said, I'm gonna just read through a little bit of this, and we're gonna basically expound upon this. All right. So this is out of the book Slavery in Cherokee Nation, which this is a wonderful book. If anybody want this, please email it, because I cannot put this in the link in the I don't know. Can I put the link in the description for this shit? Maybe I can. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, you can go right to the link. Yeah. All right. I'll put the link in the description, but I'm telling you, this is a must-have book for what we doing and how we studying things, because there's a lot of things in here that basically give away exactly what was going on. So let's get with I'm gonna start right here from Contact and Conquest in early America, and it's going to kind of swing to what most people think. All right. So when Christopher Columbus arrived on the shores of of the New World, he did so propelled an apocalyptic vision that saw his voyage as a fulfillment of biblical prophecy. Now remember, he said he was going to conquer New Jerusalem. It say though pushed by his devotions to the evangelical mission, he was also guided by motives seemingly inseparable from religious ones. Least Christ rejoiced upon earth as he rejoiced in heaven. It say, as he foresee that so many souls of so many people heretofore lost are, it say, are to be saved. It's saying, let us be glad not only for the exaltation of our faith state, but also for the increased temporal prosperities in which not only Spain but all Christendoms. Now they was using the word Christendom. It say about to share in his letters. Columbus addressed this increase of temporal prosperity. If I am supported by some little assistance for them, I will give them as much gold as they have need of, and in addition, spices, cotton, and mastic. I don't know what mastic is. It say which is found only in the Cheyenne, the Chias, it say the Chias, and as much aloe wood as many heathen slaves. The word Indian mean heathen. It say slaves. It said their majesty must choose to demand. Now, we're gonna go into this shit, all right? Because like I said, every time I read something, it be something different. All right. Now I say from the very beginning of the exploration in the New World, the Spanish was driven by the mixed motives. In 1486, Pope Innocent the sixth or whatever the fuck, I don't know what that is, granted a bull of Granada. It say to Ferdinand and Isabella that spelled out the term the mission. It said for the precarious that freely embrace combat for the sake of immortal God, the greater their insistence on diligence and experts pressing of the contest, and better they realize that beyond the salvation of their souls and particle, I can't pronounce that shit. They say, see grants them the most abundant comprised. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was smoking also. I just really started smoking again for my anxiety. Real talk, I ain't going front. Yo, I stopped smoking for like almost 9 months. And I started smoking again because I was getting a lot of anxiety and shit. And a lot of times when I be real, like when I just smoke like a little bit and that shit got me high as hell. So excuse me, but I'm gonna get it together. Don't worry about it. Y'all already know how I do. All right, so let's continue. Let's continue. All right, so it's a Ponce de Leon, 1512. It's a patent provided that any Indian, it's a discovered in the New World, shall be divided among the expedition that they should. Now listen to that shit, right? Listen to that shit. Ponce de Leon, 1512 pattern provided that any Indian discovered in the New World should be divided amongst his expedition, that they should derive whatever advantage might be secure thereby. Now, Lucas Vasquez, it say authorize him. It say purchase prisoners of war held as slaves. It say held by the natives. It say to employ them on his farms. It say and exploit them as he saw fit without the payment of any duty wheresoever upon them. Now, you know what I think, but I'm gonna tell you what I think after I read this, though. All right, so it say the first recorded contact between the Cherokees and the Europeans was with the Spanish. Now they tell you the Spanish and European. Now it's the explorer Hernando de Santos. When de Santos landed in Florida in 1539, he brought with him soldiers, chains, and iron collars. They always try to tell you that they came over here with yokes of chains. The West Africans came over here with yokes of chains on their neck and everything. No, but we're going to get to the bottom of this shit. Right. Like I said, it's too much. It ain't just this book right here. We got other sources that validates everything that he's saying in here. Yeah. So so the Santos brought with him, just like the Israelites be on the corner. They came with yokes and chains, with iron chains. That's what the yokes is. When you see them things that iron the yokes around their neck, it say for his acquisition. It say an exploitation of Indian slaves. Okay, so the Santos and Columbus never bought no Africans, which we've been talking about this. But check it out. We're gonna go further in. It say hundreds of men, women, and children were captured by the Santos and transported from the interior coast for shipment to the Caribbean and to Spain. Okay, a Cherokee, he say from Oklahoma, his father told him a Spanish tale. It say at the early state of the Spanish engaged in the slave trade on this continent, talking about North America, and in so doing kidnapped hundreds of thousands. So they saying that these Spanish motherfuckers kidnapped hundreds of thousands. Okay, now what do you think they was calling them? Negros. Now check this out. They call Indians here, but you don't see in none of the documents unless they some rewritten, a remix single by one of these authors or somebody who just writing a column or someone who assuming, because a lot of these people make assumptions. Their level of understanding don't go past. Spanish wasn't calling them Indians, okay? Spanish wasn't calling them Indians. That's just a code word. They just took that word out, and the real word they was calling us Negro. So now look, listen, this is in the 1500s, my peoples. They're telling you that in the 1500s, De Soto kidnapped hundreds of thousands of Indians from the Atlantic and Gulf Coast to work in their mines in the West Indies. This is a 1500. This is 100. Well, I'm gonna say no, not 80. I'm gonna say about 81 years before the so-called 1619 story comes upon. Okay, and then like that story we already know is very suspect, because if it's telling you that the Sotos and them already had mines in the West Indies, what else did they have? They had the Caribbean too. They also had the DR and Haiti or whatever, and other Spanish colonies. Okay, so this is reason, like I tell you, once the English takes this from them, then only the English start calling you fucking Negroes. That's it. You don't find them calling you Negroes until after a certain point in time. You know, because they weren't calling you that from the door. When you go anywhere, you know, you don't find none of them saying nothing about that until after a certain time. All right. So now it's telling you he enslaved hundreds of thousands of Indians. Okay. Now they talking about Indians, and they're not talking about no Africans or nothing. All right. So now look, they don't mention Africans at all. At all. They don't say nothing about Africans. Okay. All right. All right, so I'm gonna read through this, and we're gonna go to the other page. So the old ways of the Cherokee society embraces social and political system rooted in harmony, equality, and promotion of a common welfare. However, now the Cherokee face a grave threat from Europeans who believe themselves both racially and religiously superior. Racism and racial intolerance were critical components in the European disposition and enslavement of the Native American. Now they talking about racial shit. We already know who they created a class system about or whatever. So we know they ain't really got no hate against no so-called Native American like they do a black man. If it come down to a black man and one of these mongoloids, they gonna be like, you know what, man, fuck, come on, you with us, Tonto. You know what I'm saying? Or in some cases, they might pick the brother because, you know, they did employ the Buffalo Soldiers. Right. So, you know, it could go both ways. So, all right. So, it's saying, all right, originating the notion of natural rights. In the 17th century, concept of white supremacy was rooted in classic tradition of philosophical ideology, as opposed to the ideal balance and reciprocity, whatever. Central to the Cherokee worldview, Europeans persisted hierarchy and basic nature of humanity and enslavement of the inferior as result of natural hierarchy. Those therefore who are much inferior to others as are the bodies to the souls of beasts to men and the nature of slaves. He is by nature born slaves who shares in reason to the extent of apprehending without possessing it. Now, check, that's some deep shit, because that's how they really look at it. You know what I'm saying? They feel like if you ain't got the same intentions as them, then you are basically less than them. So therefore, they could do whatever they want to, because they're going to do a sneak attack on you. All right. So now let's get with this, right? So all right. So as you read right there, we read nothing about any Africans or anything. So now let's get to the good part. Okay. So I'm gonna read this right. All right. So it say what was originally the Black Legend. The Black Legend is them kidnapping fucking slaves here, because it ain't talking about no African, so it has to be that. Now check this out. It say of Spanish and whatever. It say genocidal cruelty quickly became common practice as the European political, economic, and religious competition fueled colonial expansion though initiated shock by Sir John Hawkins, the first slavery venture in 1562 and 1563. Queen Elizabeth quickly changed her mind and say, not only did she forgive him, she became a shareholder in his second slaving voyage. It say by the middle of the 17th century, the trafficking of slaves from Europe, Africa, and America has become the mainstay colonial economic expense. It's beyond the mercantile expense was the moral sanction and of the persuasive ideology, conquest, and colonialism. The law of moral obligation sanctioned behind on only one side of the chat of the Testament. Say the Christianity, Caucasian, or Europe are not only holy, it say and white, but also civilized. While the pigmented means colored. He said the pigmented heathens. Yeah, they saying the pigmented heathens. Okay, the pigmented heathens.
Who is that?
Okay. I mean, we you know what? That's not us, but they're giving a description of what the people who they have a right to say what the fuck they want to say, but we don't have a right to accept it. So it's saying the pigmented heathens of distant lands are not only idolatrous, but it say and dark but savage. Okay, it say and dark but savage. So they talk about here, and they also talk about that the European. They came here and did the same thing that the Spanish did, came here and fucking enslaved people, and then they had them working. I mean, but like I said, even when we use the term slave, we have to be careful because we know that we wasn't slaves. We do know that there is origin of that word, and we can get that word back to the Slavs because I'm not a Slav. I'm not from Slovenia. Right. We see what the word transpires to because of the so many Slavs sold by conquering people. The word slavery was fucking created, bro. They tell you that in the etymology dictionary. So how did that word get applied to you?
Right.
Apply to you through Reconstruction. That's where I got to apply to you. Because prior to Reconstruction, they weren't calling nobody. They was calling people POWs.
Mm-hmm.
They was calling them prisoners of war. He's a prisoner of war. Motherfucker, he ain't no slave. A slave, they knew what a slave was. A POW is somebody who came, who basically or their indigenous existence stripped from them and forced to work upon them. And like I said, even when you look at a lot of the farms, because we was the only farmers, right? And that's what the Freeman Banks was giving out. Most of the motherfucking farmers, when they came out of the Emancipation Proclamation or whatever happened or whatever, it's just to remember. I read the other day that it was Indian Civil War. Okay, it wasn't no Civil War. They forget to leave the word Indian out or whatever. We seen what transpired. Why would they create a two-party system out of the Indian War? Okay, right. Now, what's even more remarkable about all this is that they're telling you that the Indians was the motherfucking farmers and the sharecroppers. That's number one. The Europeans basically didn't really become sharecroppers and shit until they was forced. Until most of the blacks left the South, and the blacks that was in the South wasn't no longer threatened by them or whatever, and they had to become the fucking farmers, or they had to start growing their own shit. But prior to that, what they did was let these farms exist as long as they had contracts with a lot of people. You know, and they was using these stores as, like we said, like farms. I mean, they was basically saying, all right, well, you give me 20 and 10 pairs, and you know, whatever part of the land they was at, like they wanted cotton, if they had certain things, certain produce. They allowed the Indian or allowed the Aborigines or what you consider to be African American to keep that plantation. That's why you see plantations with, you know what I'm saying? People don't understand it. They think just because they got an English name, they came from Africa, when they just told you that they was. And like I said, you find information. They telling you they enslaved them from the beginning. Then you find more information showing you that they tell you. In the first slave story, let me see if it says. I think it does say something about it. They tell you with the 1619 story or whatever, and they tell you the 1619 story or whatever. But for the most part, man, it's like we already know. Now check this out. Listen to this, right? Let me read this right here. All right. So it say with the founding of Charlestown, right? It say April 1670. It say the colony entered into a commercial slave exchange in a manner that was to establish the city. Now that's 1670, okay? It say the man. This is 1670. This is 200 years, or this is 195 years until the Civil War, or 190 years into the Civil War. All right. It say It's all right. Let me restart. So it said with the founding of Charlestown, it say, and now remember, we know Charleston for African slaves. We don't know Charleston for any Indian slaves or any Indian interference or anything going on. They don't. When they tell you Black history, they make sure they tell you African slaves. That's it. They don't tell you nothing else about anything else. No. Okay, they automatically use the word. They, like I said, that word is not applied to us technically, but they apply to you. They apply to you. I ain't gonna say by default because they mean the shit is done on purpose.
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
You know what I'm saying? They know what they're doing. So all right, so it's saying, all right, check it out. So all right, so with the founding of Charlestown in April of 1670, the colony entered into the commerce slave exchange in a manner that was to establish. Now they talk about the colony, so don't think that it was slavery everywhere. It might have been slavery still in Massachusetts and certain parts of New York at this point in time, but understand they're still working their way south and southwest. So they're still encountering wars at this point in time, and they got one. It's one colony of people who probably made some type of friends with the Aborigines who was some, because without other Indians, they was not able to do what they was doing. They would not be able to exist. They would not be able to be even come on land. Even though in some cases you read, they say how DeSoto and them have bull mastiffs. You know how big a mastiff is, man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like they say they had bull masses, man. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker, they was tear your ass apart.
Yeah.
They was sitting there and they was putting the fucking armor on them.
Yep.
They put armor on the door. They let the dogs run through. Mastiff. Where the fuck they was getting mastiff? What was they making masses with, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, but all right, let me continue. All right, so look, it's saying the slave exchange in a manner that was to establish the city as the center of the slave trade for 2 centuries. Now listen, now this motherfucking writer has bipolar, because for 1 minute he tells you that they was enslaving indigenous people for all this time, but then later on he tells you, oh well, the Africans, they intermingle with the slave or whatever. No one is giving you a direct number of how many Indians was here already and how many Africans you think they brought here, but they are telling you that DeSoto sent 100,000 so-called Indians. They say the West Indies, Europe, and the Europe, right? So now that's 100,000. We don't know how many. I'm assuming that the majority of them went to the West Indies, and they took a small portion probably back to Spain. But now they're telling you this in the 1500s. They were sending Indians from the West Indies. So that means a lot of people in the West Indies should have American Indian in them. Now that's number one. Okay, number two, the fucking what's the name? They was doing that in Massachusetts in 1621 too. So this continued in 1621 with the Pequots and the Nassagari and the Nassagari and the Wampanoag.
Is it safe to say that we got the beginning of a Pacific slave trade and an Atlantic slave trade almost simultaneously?
Well, Pacific, I'm not going I ain't gonna really talk about that, because that right there is a whole nother topic. Because remember, the Pacific, I don't believe the Pacific came to later, even though I do believe people came to Central America and it was people sent. I believe that the people that's in Philippines came from
Where's
Central
the West Indies and where's
West Indies? West Indies right up under like Florida, because remember Cuba, Cuba, Jamaica, you got DR and PR. PR is all of the it's like, I'm not gonna say the last island, but it's next to DR, but it's more south of DR. You understand? Cuba is the closest island. That's why people were able to swim from Cuba, and Haiti is right in Haiti. Cuba, Haiti, and Jamaica, all of them sisters right there. They right off of the coast of fucking Florida, or whatever. So that's why you got people who take rafts and just float right on through there, and they end up in Florida. You know what I'm saying? But nonetheless, though, that's it right there. So the West Indies is going out from Florida all the way out to like settling along filling in that area right there where it's water at. It's where South America is at. But nonetheless, though, let me continue this right here, and then we're gonna get to we can talk about that. This is just to show people what was going on. They don't tell you none of this stuff in nowhere in history. Like I said, I'm working on a master's degree. Okay, I have never had any history class in life that mentioned Indian slavery. None. Anytime the word slave is mentioned, it's a motherfucking African.
Yep.
You understand? Every time the word slave been mentioned in the duration period up until the time I started to research for myself, it was always applied to a motherfucking African. They ain't never applied to no Slovenian, no Slavic, German people. They only applied that term. They never thought we was going to be smart enough to look at these fucking terms up. And that's why I said they never thought we was going to be smart enough, because this is the mitigated factor right here. The mitigated factor is you forgot, buddy, when you mentioned the word slaves, you leaving out Indians. And
right.
now you made the mistake of not counting. You mistake of classifying them as black. And how do we know you classify them as black? Because it's on the fucking census.
Exactly.
It's on the census. Now, if DeSoto sent people from the 1500s to the Caribbean, and you claim that Africans came through the Caribbean, and we already know what we already know. We're gonna get to. Let me just read the rest of this, and then we can keep on going. All right, so it said it was to establish the center of the slave trade for 2 centuries. All right, now they talk about the Indians for 2 centuries. They not talking about no African, even though in here I will get to Africans. All right, it say for the next 100 years, the Carolinas cited Indian savagery and depredation and justification for Indian war against the Yamasee, the Tuscarora, the Wessos, and finally the Cherokee and the Muskoke. The term Indian war was quite simply a rhetorical exercise to cover not only the seizure of Native American land. So that's telling you that all they listen. All right, let me go first before I start ranting on that. Native American land. It's the only reason why they was warming with the people. All right. So where was we at? All right. It say land, Native American land, and wealth. So these came here, took land and wealth, but we're gonna get into all that. It say, but also the enslavement of the indigenous people of the Americas. Indigenous people throughout the Southeast were played one against each other in the orgy of slave dealing that decimated entire people during the later half of the 17th century. Now they telling you, now listen, understand this, right? Because they're gonna stop playing with us. If DeSoto was able to take 1,000 people to the Caribbean and to Spain, how many people do you think these people was dealing with?
Right.
Okay? How many people you think they was dealing with? Okay? Because they already told you to take them off the land. So they wanted the land. They wanted the land. And here you're going to read that basically Andrew Jackson said either I'm going to kill him or we're going to have to convert him. And we're going to basically read all that. So all right, so so it says the enslavement of the indigenous people of the Americas. Now, where is this at in history? Never heard about it.
Nope.
No one never talked about it. These Pan-Africans never talk about it. In fact, they say other Native Americans had other Native Americans that slave. They're not saying that. They're not. They keep on saying that, and they don't. They saying that Indians had slaves. And I feel so bad for them, bro, because they so naive to think the word slave mean African.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And that's the first mistake they make. The first mistake you make is to think that the word slave means African here in North America. First mistake you make. All right. So now I say indigenous. Listen to this, right? This is what we do today. is exactly what we do today. We do this for resources and survival purposes, right? Look, it's saying indigenous people throughout the Southeast. They're talking about right here where we are at today.
Yep.
Was it you could be from fucking Louisiana all the way to Florida, all the way up to the East Coast, all the way up to New York, okay, Southeast. Well, I think Northeast starts where I'm at in Jersey, but we was all up here. We were still from Canada. They already told you that they had civilization and culture from Canada all the way to Peru. That's a long like how's the people of the land letting you get this off? Because if you are the people from the land, they just forgot to leave out that the people and the whole indigenous people had a pipeline from Canada to Peru. It wasn't just no Africans. It was the whole indigenous people trading shit from up and down here. Okay, so all right, so it's the siege of the land. All right, so it's decimated by the later half of the 17th century. Now, the later half of the 17th century is, you know how you in school and shit, and they got the arrow pointed towards the 100 more. So night you got 1700, 1750, and 1800. The later half of 17th century will be over 1750, so it will be closer to 1800. So
Right.
you're telling me that they were still enslaving people? They was enslaving all these Indians in the 17th century. They telling you they started in the 1500s, and they still was doing. Oh yeah, we stopped and then started bringing Africans in. Get the fuck out of here! What happened to all these people for all these years that you've been doing this to? Oh, they died. They had. Listen, come on, man. The gig is up, man. You don't let me explain this shit to you. I'm gonna expose you for how much the individual citizens don't think. I'm gonna expose you for how much you don't think. Not how much I don't think. I'm thinking about. I'm rationing this shit fucking 100 different ways. You know what I'm saying? I play chess, so I make moves 30 different ways ahead. All right. So look, let me conclude with this part right here. All right. So. It said Carolina was more active than any other colony in the exploitation of Indian slaves. So when we Austin and Juneteenth and all this shit that people always say that happened in Carolina, why are they telling you that Carolina was more active than any other colony in the exploration of Indian slaves? Indian slave trade in Carolina with Charleston as its center. Now listen, here go the bullshit now. Remember, the only way that they're calling these people African are because either the word Negro was used, and the author can't see slave because he should be smart enough to already know that they were sending people from here to the West Indies. So you can't make that assumption if you don't see no documentation stating that these people was brought from there. And then you have to even the area where they claim they took these people from, you have to have these documented because the areas at these point in time don't have the same names as today. So you can't come to me with a common name like Angola or one of these words that was just created. You understand what I'm saying? Like Nigeria. They can't look. It say Nigeria right here. What? And if Nigeria wasn't created to the 1960s.
Thank
you know
you.
what I'm saying? You know, but this is what people gonna say though. So even they look, it's a Kenyan right here. It's like say Nico from Kenya. Kenya wasn't created. And then hold up. But then we gotta say, hold up, Kenya. What language is that? Right. Oh shit, that might be French or that might be something else. Hold up, that's not English. So I'm not worried about that. But so check it out. Let me conclude. All right. So it say, all right, the Indian slave trade. It said the Indian slave trade in Carolina and Charleston as its center rapidly took on all the characteristics of the African slave trade because it is the African slave trade. That's why the Carolinas formed alliances with coastal native groups, armed them, and encouraged them to make war on weaker tribes deeper in the Carolina interior. By the late 16th, 17th century, caravans of Indians made their way from Carolina backcountry to fort on the coast, just as the caravan, I say just as the caravan of African slaves were doing the African continent. Get the fuck out of here, bro. They wasn't going African snatching nobody like that. This shit is deep, man. I ain't gonna front, bro. Damn. All right, I'm gonna shut it down right there. We can just build on that right there.
Right.
But this, I mean, like, it goes into some other shit though. But yeah, like I said, and I'm glad I was able to really find a lot of this stuff, because these in books like this, it has the hidden questions that I'll be looking for.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? But what do you think about that? That right there shows, man, and that would show anybody that, you know, the majority of the slaves is Indians, man. And then, I mean, it's a lot though, but it tells you that the English did what the Spanish did. The Spanish was getting rich because they came to motherfucking America and they was bringing people back, bro. That's how they got rich. And every other country copied it. And they came over here and started the same fucking thing. If you ain't got money to bring nobody from Africa and set up no colony, you're not going to do that. The only ones who wanted to set up colonies was the English. And they just told you the English was starting wars to get people off of their land. So what did they do with the people who lost their land? Because it would be millions of Indians into America, into European society that you will see on a day-to-day basis. You will see a lot of Mexican people, or a lot of these so-called the same names you got, but you don't see that. Motherfuckers is down south right now where all this shit happened at. Do you see any motherfucking Mongoloids down there with European names?
Nope.
This simple shit. It ain't no okay. Oh, they mix into the Africans. They didn't no more. So they mix it to what? How many Africans? So that would even if you think that it was Africans, that would make you more Indian than African.
Exactly.
But you're not told to think that way. Just like today, AP was on the phone when I asked the right. I asked the lady today, right? I said, "What tribe of Indian you is?" He said, "My grandmother was Cherokee and my father was Irish." So I said, "Which one do you claim?" Oh, she said, "My grandfather was Irish." So I said, "So you claim the Irish part before you claim the Indian part, right?" So your grandmother, and that's the shit that most of us, your grandmother came from your mother came from your grandmother, if I'm not mistaken, right? So if your grandmother say that you are Indian, she Indian, fuck do you, what are you then?
Right.
My African American. Your grandmother just sent you from here.
Yeah, he coned out right there. They coned out right there.
Who told you? Oh, well, everybody from Africa. You know the first. You know they found a monkey. They're trying to play us. I said they found the hominid, and this is where you came from. You understand what I'm saying? But when you look on the evolution scale, that same monkey turns into a European.
Yep.
Right.
You understand?
Yep. You go monkey to European. Or is that
right? And even if you deal with the nitty gritties of what the evolution, like for instance, these Pan Africans, some of them, I ain't gonna say all of them, but certain niggas in the Pan African movement teaches evolution shit. They teach that they come from the apes or whatever, come from this damn common ancestor, and then this common ancestor, lost hair, gained melanin, and then turned into your damn African today. You see what I'm saying? Then it eventually turned into your white person. Right. So even when the story takes off, like the only reason an animal even grow hair because they don't got melanin. So if it was to lose hair, the motherfucker ain't gonna have no melanin. It's gonna be white as hell up under the hair. That's common sense. So they whole theory telling you that they came from some pale ass white hairy thing, turned into a black man, then turned back into a white man. Like it don't make sense.
Bro, Lucy was a motherfucking Neanderthal hominid, man. Even though they got all these different names and all these different long ass terms of how they came up with this shit just to make it sound important. Oh, that's an anthropolithecus or whatever the fuck they call it. What the fuck is that? Who made that up? How do you know that's what that is? Like, you know what I'm saying? That look like a motherfucking ape to me. That motherfucker look like a damn ape. When you trying to say that people ancestors came from this shit, man. Like you see how ugly that motherfucker thing look, man. Lucy, you see how that shit look, man. Like and to tell us, the players and say, well, your ancestors came from this right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you only found one. Where's the rest of them? You should have hundreds of thousands of fucking Lucia bones.
Man, that's why I be saying like that shit be all made up. Like, and they don't even be having a full body or even a 70%. Like, they might find a jawbone and an ankle bone, and then put together the rest of the body off of what they think and shit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, these teeth was sharp as hell, so they was predator. You know what I mean? Like they just be making up shit, dog. Like you can't just go with everything that they say, because once you keep tracking back Lucy, so far it's gonna be a damn platypus or a damn fish or something, a damn single cell organism. Let them, according to evolution, like the shit don't even make sense.
But that's where they care to you know what I'm saying, they care to go with this whole history. And they think that see, because white people see what happens with us is this. We go to these schools, and because either you pay for them or you invest time into the curriculum, you assume that what you learn is right and exact. So therefore you go out into the world and you meet the tonsillist one, and you be like, yeah, well, I'm gonna say, you meet me on the bus stop, and I'm talking to you, and I'll be like, well, how do you know you're African? Oh, I took my DNA test, and I'm half Kenyan, and what? DNA don't tell you race or ethnicity. Next, are you what? Doesn't tell you race or ethnicity.
And then these niggas so weird. Like, you go back 10 years ago, y'all niggas was claiming that you was African then. You go back 20 years ago, you niggas was claiming that you was African then. How the fuck was you telling me that you was African and proving it without the DNA test? It didn't exist then. How the fuck was you
Exactly.
proving it? Through
Exactly.
genealogy. You niggas wasn't doing it.
They proved it through observation and through descriptive terms, or what is it? But then again, you can't say that, because you got African. Listen, bro, you got Africans that look like Latinos, which ain't nothing but Middle Easterns. Middle Easterns don't look nothing but like Latinos, bro.
Right.
You look at one of them little ladies that came from Pakistan or came from one of them Turkey or one of them fucking countries. They look just like a fucking Latino Hispanic, bro. Same thing like a Colombian or one of them other, a pale skinned Colombian or a pale skinned Spaniard, because because they mix people.
Well,
They
they all related. They first cousins. They all related.
Yeah,
That's basically, that's the truth. If you go right back to the roots, they are from Gog Magog and the tribes of the Alamein. That's what they go back to. All of them. So when you know that Allah the Khan, the great Khan, Allah the Khan had twin sons, Mongol and Tartar. Those are the fathers of the Mongols and Tartars. So if Mongol and Tartar were twin brothers, then their kids are first cousins. See how that worked? And that's exactly what happened. Let me see. I wanted to share something. I'm trying to see if I can share something on the screen right quick. That's the kind of. Can you see that?
Yep. Click on his avatar, A1.
Can you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
That's De Soto and his men releasing the hounds and watching while they attack Indians. What color is that Indian? What that Indian look like? Do the Indian look like Mongols that's parading around saying they Native Americans today?
Right.
Or does it look like somebody related to you and your family?
Right.
And that's what we got to understand. So,
and that's exactly what the brother A1 just described.
Right.
These Spanish came in with these bull massive, or these Big ass pit bulls. That's exactly what you see in this depiction right here. That's crazy.
Exactly.
Nice work. Nice work. That's fire.
Oh, but wait a minute. That ain't enough. Hold on. Let me pull something else up. If I can put it up. Hold on. Let me see where's it at. Okay, check this out. Can y'all see? Y'all see this? Y'all see this screen?
Mm-hmm.
This is the definition of slave. So, if y'all got your pen and paper together, or if you got your Google available, go to the etymology of the word slave. The word slave comes from the Slavic. The Slavic
Hey,
people
one.
who have been reduced to a servile state by the conquest in the 9th century. So this term slave came from the 9th century from the
Hold
Slav.
on. Hold on. He can't. They can't see it. A1. Click on Medicine Man avatar, brother, so the people can see what he's saying. Sorry about that, y'all. Here we come. We about to put it up now for y'all to read. You can continue now, Medicine Man. Go ahead, brother. My bad.
It's all good. But yeah, I was just basically trying to give some clarity to it. So when they talk about y'all were slaves, how could we be slaves when the term come from the Slavs? The Slavs were people that living up in what is now Russia. They were
Hey,
enslaved by the Arabs, the other cousins, in the 9th century.
click on the etymology one. You heard me? Click on the etymology one.
They're gonna give you the BS. I wanted to. Before I do this, let me check this out.
But look. All right, so go down right there where it says see sloughs at, right there.
Yeah.
You see where you see sloughs at?
Hold on. Let me go back right quick. I'm gonna go back to it, but this is the primary definition before we go to the etymology, because they're gonna put this as a secondary now. But this is the primary definition. Slavic.
Oh yeah, I got you.
Slavic people who have been reduced to a servile state by the conquest in the 9th century. All right, so now when we go to the etymology, of course, it's going to say that too, but it's going to read off basically, it's going to say use as a secondary sense because of the many Slavs sold into slavery by conquering peoples. But this term wasn't even used until these people were enslaved or conquered.
But if you notice, right, it doesn't mention nothing about no Africans, bro.
No, I don't mention anything about it. Slavs are white folks. They are anthropoid, pale-skinned people. These are the true slaves, Slavs. Those were the people where the term slave comes from. So when they say, "Oh, you a slave?" No, you can't be a slave. Are you a Slav? Are you a pale-skinned Slav from Russia, from Croatia, from Ukraine, from the steppes of the Caucasus? If you're not, then that don't apply to you. And when we talking about these conquistador dogs, what you were talking about earlier, look at this. The dogs of the conquistadors brought with them mastiff breeds who were hardly the Latin variety or destined for the plate. These attack dogs, often wearing their own armor, were the common European shock and awe tactic of the period. Now you go to the images. I want to show you this one. Boom. That's how they came over here. That's how the dogs were looking when they were sick of them on the people, on the indigenous people. I got accounts in America being the latest and greatest, latest and most accurate discovery of the new world. It's saying that sometimes they didn't even want to waste their bullets. They are sick the dogs off on a whole village. Just go in there and just rip people apart. And then they let the dogs handle it. Or they might shoot somebody down and then let the dog go finish it. So they would save bullets. This is what they said in the book. So I wanted people to understand that and be cognizant of what really went on and what that term slave is. This term slave does not apply to us. It was put on us, but it don't apply to us. If you can see right here, it's for the Slavs sold into slavery. Slavs. That's where the word slave comes. Slavs sold into slavery by conquering people. Who were those conquering people? The Arabs at the time. The Muslims. They called them the Muslims as far as the description of them, but we know who they are. These were the people who were enslaving these Slavs and selling them. So this is where the term slavery comes from. And again, if you're not from the Ukraine, if you're not a Zentricor, if you're not pale skinned, if you're not from Russia, if you're not from the steppes of the Caucasus, This term does not apply to you. They just put it on you. So I wanted to share that, to do a recap on what we had just shared.
Nah, that was fire. I think you should pull up that picture again with those bull massive on there. You know what I mean? Showing how they ripping across the indigenous aborigines. You know,
You
they
talk about
ripping
this
them
right
apart.
You talk about this one right here with the DeSoto.
Cause that's exactly what A1 was explaining. De Soto
Yeah,
came in with bull
right,
massive, and here go the picture
right.
explaining.
All right, you click on it, A1. Can everybody see it?
Hold up.
All right, this is a
Yeah,
historical illustration of DeSoto and his men releasing the hounds and watching while they attack Indians. What I want people to pay attention to, look at the people standing around. This is DeSoto on horseback depicted. These are the other conquistadors. These are the dogs that they were sick of. Look at them all sitting here watching them eat this person alive. Now, does this look like a Mongol that call themselves a Native American today? Would this be a good description of them? Or would this be somebody that you could say probably was kin to you and your family? See, this is what we got to go ahead and separate, draw the line in right here. Because there's too many of these Native American or so-called Native Americans, these Mongol, Tartar, Han descendants who came into these lands and are claiming to be indigenous. When they were nowhere in the colonial states, nowhere in the southeast, nowhere. When all this stuff was going on, when all this history was being recorded, they were nowhere around. They were in the West. They weren't discovered until, well, I'm gonna jump in the gun a little bit, but just so it could kind of set it up for later when we go into it. But let me bring this up right here. The Navajo encountered the United States Army in 1846 when General Stephen Kearny invaded Santa Fe with 1,600 men during the Mexican-American War on November 21st, 1846. So this is the first account of them encountering what we would call the Plains Indians, which are a lot of those are the Mongol tribes who had migrated from Canada into North American plains. And so a lot of them wasn't even known of or discovered. Now you wonder why the census doesn't have any Indians listed, no Native Americans listed until 1860. Well, here you go. 1846 is when they found out about them. And so now you understand why you don't hear nothing about them in the 15, the 16, and the 1700s, all the way to probably mid 1800s is when they start popping into the history. That's because that was during the time when they were trying to settle the West. It was a big rush to get out west, to basically conquer those lands, seize the land. It was a land grab. So once they got out there, it was some Plains Indians on the land that they were trying to take. This is what started these wars. This when you're talking about the Plains Indians wars, that's when they was out there fighting them before they take those lands. What is now Colorado, Utah, Nevada, all of that area, Nebraska, all of that is what they were inhabiting. And this is what spurred that when they went out, they had actually settlers going out and trying to, survey the land and settle the land and everything. Military came out and they were actually in the midst of fighting the Mexicans. And when they ran into these Navajos, and this became a part of that whole ordeal. And this all happened in 1846. So this is why I tell people, always keep the timelines. You got to pay close attention to the timelines because that tells the tale. So if we see right here from their own history that this is when the United States Army encountered the Navajo. You don't hear nothing about the Navajo until now, until 1846. You won't hear nothing about the United States or anything about any dealings with them until now because this is when they encountered them. So we got to understand that. So where were these people in the Trail of Tears that happened 16 years earlier? Where were they at? They sure were in
right,
the Trail of Tears.
right. So ultimately, man, it's just like you saying all these stories, right? You got the surviving R. Kelly, right? That's some horrible shit that happened. But look at what happened to the American Aborigines, man. the story is surviving the United States, man.
Look,
You
this is
see
what
what I'm
happened
saying?
right here. These massive dogs that they had with armor on. This is what happened to us. This is what they brought over here. This is one of the historical depictions. As you can see, they ripping the people apart right here. He biting off the head, biting off the arm right here, biting the face off right here, eating his face up right here. That's a brother or a sister. Look how dark they are. This is what I'm trying to get people to really look at. They depicting us. These are what they would call Negroes being ate up by these dogs. Here's them dressing them, getting them ready to go sick them out. Look, they got spikes. Look at the collars. Look at the armor that they have. This is how they were sending them out. They go a better picture, a more close picture. So, and you can easily look up Conquistador dogs. Easy Google and look at the images. The truth is right here. And then the dead giveaway is this depiction right here. This just gives it away right here. This depiction. Here go other depictions. But then now look at these people. Look at them.
Right. Same thing they doing to you now. They'll sick
Right.
them dogs. They'll sick them dogs on your ass right now.
Exactly. So when they talking about, try to glamorize it or, basically make it more of a fairy tale account. Oh, we came over here, we found land and this, that, and other. No, y'all came over here. Y'all were barbarians. You've been barbarians all throughout history. These are the terms that were applied to you throughout history. Because why? Everywhere you went, you did the same thing. Destroyed, tried to conquer, tried to steal. Everywhere you went. This is their history. From the moment they left the steppes of the Caucasus and invaded Europe, Asia, India, or at that time, Bharat, Hindustan. Then they came over here to the Americas. Then look at the series of events. They're going to conquer Europe, Asia, and then Bharat, Hindustan. Well, Africa is right there. Well, how come they're just going to bounce and come all the way over here and then conquer the Americas and skip Africa? Why is that? Has everybody thought about that? Africa right there. You see what I'm saying? So the whole gig is up about, oh, well, they brought slaves up. No, they didn't. They came over and got them. Like you just read, they came over here with chains and collars because they were trying to enslave the native population. That's what was going on. And this is what their method was. Bring their dogs and guns. That's what I tell people. Yeah, it was a little disease, but it was more so dogs and guns. That's what killed and that's what conquered a lot of our ancestors. Look, it said dogs as weapons of war right here.
Africans was in on it, so that's why you got to realize that's why they didn't get colonized.
Right. Well, they didn't get colonized until they flipped the script on them, and then went ahead and then put the 1682 that all Indians and mulattoes and Moors are Negroes. That's when they got them. They flipped the script because they had to stop doing laws on them because there was too many Moors owning white people. They was on the white slaves. They didn't like that. I mean, that's
right.
what history says. History says they were coming over here basically just like any of these Europeans. They're all Europeans when you look at it. So you got to look at these Europeans. The Moors are Europeans. They all come over here. So these Moors get the station. Some of these Moors will have prestige. Some of these Moors have positions. And it was a thing when they were trying to bring more white folks over here from Europe. They were like, wait a minute, this don't look good. You got these Moors owning our people. This don't look good. So they made laws so that people of color couldn't own white folks. That's why. That's what they're telling us in history. And then this goes back to the ADOS argument. There's a lot of white folks that are descendants of slaves. Those are the real slaves. We're the prisoners of war. I don't want no reparations. I want my land back.
Hey, yo, hey, look, that's what the free man's wanted. The free man said they don't want no money, they don't want nothing. They said they just want their land. They don't want no apology or nothing. They said they just want their land back. This is what the free man
Right,
said. This what no, I'm
right.
telling you. Listen. When they the Freeman Bank Act, when we're dealing with the Freeman, they asked the Freeman because what happened was this, right? Check this shit out real quick. I'm just touch on this real quick, right?
Go ahead.
Lincoln gave the Freeman land. They gave him, and they said, you know what? Let's give him a mule, which the 40 acres in a mule, right? Then he asked them, did they want anything else? He said, well, we can give him a plow, right? So he gave them all this in 1865. They killed him in 1865. His successor, which was Andrew Johnson, was the one who basically hired John Booth working what's the name to kill him, and it was all basically dealing with this because the secret society had already been formed in which they put that president in place to where he can go and take all the land back from us. But I just wanted to just touch on that. He said we don't want. That's all the freemen said they wanted their land back. They said they ain't want no money. They said they ain't want no. They ain't said they ain't want nothing. They said they just want their land back. And they saying that shit verbatim, like we just want our land back. We don't want no apologies. We don't want shittos or whatever. But go ahead and build on it, cause I got something I want to show y'all. Chief Holiday is in the building.
No, you're right, and we got to really formulate the correct terms to get what we want. It's not reparation. Shout out to the brother Zoe Taylor, but we had a discussion on dealing with reciprocation, which is handing over everything that was stolen, that was belonged to us, and paying us back for everything that was wrongfully done to us. You know what I mean? So that's a discussion that we can have on a later topic. You're absolutely right.
When I'm talking to my ancestors, I'm talking to my great aunts that's still alive. They all grew up right here. You know, AP Covington, right off of the Mississippi River. My grandfather was born, raised in Memphis. His folks came from Mississippi before it was Mississippi. They moved up in what is now Memphis. Well, I'm looking at all of this history, and I'm talking to my great aunts, and they're like, well, you know, and my grandmother told me this when I was a little boy. I talked to my great aunt, and we just had a little family get together recently, and so of course I'm picking minds. I'm picking brains. I want to know all I can get from them. And they told me that they papa, my great grandfather, owned almost 600 acres of land here in Tennessee. Almost 600 acres of land here in Tennessee. So when I drive by this area that he used to own, we still do have a family cemetery right there. We got a little lot. It's probably like maybe probably what 50 yards, about 50 yards. This is a little small block where we got, you know, some of my loved ones, my family members been you know, passed away, passed on. We buried them there, and so. But standing from that cemetery, looking, I'm standing right next to my great aunt's her headstone. I can look right to the right. It's a big ass highway, and across this highway, it's a strip mall. And all this money is being generated on the land that he used to own. I want my land back. That's what I want. They can keep the money because I can make money off my land. So
And that's
I
the
want
reason. And that's the reason why. That's the reason why. And they said that in the Freeman Bank they had almost they said they had $52 million back in the 1800s, man.
yeah, you know
$50 million.
that's trillions now. That's
Yeah,
what
they said it
trillions.
was among 61,000 people though.
Yeah,
They said that was among 61,000 people. That money, it was 61,000 people on that money. So they so you know how, because you was the one doing everything. When these people go, all right, okay, they could bring guns here, okay, they could bring their savagery, but they can't bring their skills to really survive here. They wasn't good hunters, so they needed you to provide that. So of course, if you had your own farm, most of the people who was working on that farm was working on their own farm, but they was basically under pressure the European. So it was
right.
like you were working your own farm, but you had to produce a certain amount of product for the Europeans to give him his. He was extorting you for protection, for him to protect you, which we know that they wasn't protecting us because that's what the KKK. So a lot of these things are double jeopardy. But I want to show you something real quick before we move on. Right now, check this out. I want to show you. This is let me see if y'all can make sure y'all can see my screen. All right. All right, so these are the pictures of a couple of the different Southeast tribes, right? Now, this is a picture of the Cherokee chief, right? Can y'all see my screen?
Yeah, I see you.
All right, this is a picture of the Cherokee chief. Now, I assume this is back in the 1800s. This is a white man back in the 1800s, right? Now, when you look up and you look up most of the Cherokee chiefs, right? Let's see, let me go back. When you look up most of them, all of them are, bro, the 1800s until now, right? Now, look, this was he was the latest one, but when you look up all of the Cherokee chiefs, all of these bastards are white, right?
Yep.
And the same thing, like you see this guy right here. He was the more recent one back in 2013.
Right.
And the government do is they put these bastards. How the fuck is this nigga? This nigga's an Indian, but you're not an Indian.
Right.
You know, he's an Indian. He's an Indian, but it would totally disqualify you for being one. Like
Right.
this is like the racism, and now that's the Cherokees. Boom. That's the Cherokees. This is the Choctaw.
Yep.
This is the Choctaw, okay? This is Choctaw. But he will expel you from being one because who they put in their place. They put moles inside these so-called tribes and get the people to vote for them because they funded by the government to do things for the people, so the people gain favor for them because they fund, you know what I'm saying? They funded by the government, so the government throw them little trinkets to get them to like certain individuals who doing stuff. And when they run for chief, they vote for them and they win. That's exactly how they do it. Now look, that's the Choctaw one, right? I want to go through a few of them. I just want to show you. This is the Muskegee. The Creek. This is the Creek. What's the name?
Wow.
Who is that? Lawrence? Who is that? Lawrence Welk or somebody?
You see that? You see that? Look, and he another one. Look, executive branch. The Creek. This is why I can't get in there. Right? This look, we know why we can't get in.
Who's that? Tom Brady's grandfather right there? Who's that, mother?
Exactly. What's up, man? You see this shit though? Look. And this is Cherokee. Look, this is the Cherokee tribe. This is the Choctaw tribe. This is why you motherfuckers. This is why you ain't in. And he ain't so now look, understand this. Now, right now I'm showing you tribes from the southeast. Okay, the tribe you don't see Asian features. Now this is three different tribes. Even though that these are white men, what they going to say? So where's the other Indians at? Where's the original ones at? They made you assimilate. You say, you know what, man? Fuck it, man. Mama feet hurt. Mama feet hurt. She's been working all day. She can't be an Indian no more. Because the motherfucking system that snatched all your, and now you relying upon the system. That's the whole. They terrorize you off your land and make you come running to them. So with the same thing they do now with all these false flags and use all these different manipulation tactics or whatever to get the people to need them so they can pass these laws. The same shit they've been doing from time immemorial. Now this is three tribes. This is Cherokee. This is the Choctaw, and this is the Creek Muskegee, right? Now, these are some other tribes, right? The Lenni Lenape. Now, look at this brother right here. This is a Negro. He's classified as a Negro, okay? Now, we know that the Lenni Lenape, like, if you look at, yeah, they got white people in them now, but, it's a whole majority, well, not these, them brackets right there. But this is the chief, though, for the most part of it. And there's Ramapo region up here where I live at, where they got a lot of black Indians at. That's the first time where I seen them at when I was on Route 80. It was the gas station and shit, and they had the jackets on or whatever. But this is the Lenni Lenape, right? And this is the Shinnecock, okay? So
yeah,
this is the Shinnecocks and people. Now you see, some shit up in here. This is a Negro right here, okay?
Yep.
And I guess this is his father, and this is the mother right here. But you see that the mother is probably mixed black white too. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you got to look at it like, and then when you go to this is another picture right here. This is the Shinnecock. All right. Now you see the brothers right here. All these are Negroes, except well, this is probably a brother too. He just light skinned. Well, all of these is Negroes. Now this is a Shinnecock, right? Now what's the last one I'm gonna show right here, right? So this is the I believe this is Nassagari, but there's a bunch of different tribes that's from that area, right? Now look at this. Look at this picture right here, right? I got a couple pictures I'm gonna point out, right? Y'all see this right here? Let me see if you can see this picture. Look, look. Her name is. Let me see.
Olivia Ward.
Let me open it back. Her name is Olivia Ward Bush Banks. It said a Montauk Indian. It say May 2018 69. Now look, that's just one picture, right? Now no nigga, oh man, you niggas Googling, you know what I'm saying? But check it out. It's a bunch of different pictures up here where they got obviously Negroes, right? It's another picture right here. She can be classified as a Negro. Sure, she can be classified as a Negro, right? This guy right here can be classified as a light-skinned Negro. Now, but my point, what I'm trying to prove is that if Mongoloid was here, well, where are the Mongoloid features at in any of the Southeast tribes? Because that's where the study got to come from. The study got to come from phenotypes to prove who was the people here. We know this crack. This is a cracker right here. This is a motherfucking street cracker right here. So he's a Montauk Indian. This is a fucking cracker right here.
That shit is sickening too, bro. Just to let you know, this shit is just heartbreaking. This shit is pathetic, man. This shit is sickening. Seeing these pale faces taking over our indigenous tribes like that, man. That's crazy.
You abandoned it and rent to them for protection. Look at this picture right here. This is a pod grounds, right? Now look, now you see the mixture. These are Negro right here. You see them? And this is the reason why they give you the Indians, because the Indians that they try to show you that's Indians ain't nothing but mulattoes, man. They ain't nothing but fucking mulattoes, man. Let's see some of these Indians, these pictures. Now these are them some motherfuckers from the South Plain, cause we ain't wear all that shit. That's how you know we ain't wear that shit right there. Well, these are some more Negroes in here. This is another powwow. But ultimately, like I said, when you look at the tribes from the Southeast, you see no Mongoloid feature in them. Only thing I can get out of them is that they fucking mulatto, that they gave the mulattoes the title of these so-called Indians. That's the only thing I can cover. Yeah,
look, they gave them the title as chiefs. That's what happened with the Cherokees. That's who moved the Cherokees to Oklahoma. It was a mulatto chief that they put in place.
Andrew Jackson did that. You know what I'm saying? In his book.
Yeah, but see, they was in cahoots. That's what I'm saying. They were in cahoots. They made a deal with the guy who took I forget his name, but he was a mulatto Cherokee chief. He was the one who convinced the people to leave. Most of the ones that did leave, he convinced them to follow him. And keep in mind, a lot of these people that left were mulattoes, or $5 in his, whatever you want to call them. You know, some of them, you know, probably did leave with him to go in that area. But there was a lot of so-called Negroes. That's what they're not telling us. There was a lot of so-called Negroes. And what they were doing during this time is basically a lot of the mulattoes, or the mixed European and indigenous people, they were putting them in place on these tribes as chiefs. So they felt like, okay, we put them over them, well, he gonna have allegiance to us because he helped us. And so that's what was going on. And then you got to take into account, once they start moving a lot of the people out during the Terror Tears, when Andrew Jackson put that through, years later, once they encountered the Mongoloid tribes in the West, you don't think that they moved some of them out here and put them in place and replace some of these people, and now they're calling themselves, you know, the tribes of these areas? Because they all was out in West, all in the plains. This is what they're not telling you. A lot of the reason why is because a lot of the Southeastern Indians, or you might say from This side of the west of the Mississippi, from the east of the Mississippi, was mostly melanated tribes. From the west of the Mississippi, it was melanated tribes, but it was also Mongoloid tribes, and they were
Yo,
warring against each other.
yeah, exactly. You're right about that. I felt something that basically covers exactly what you were just saying about how they gave the European, but we get seen that through the images. But
Right.
this to show you how far back, because most people think that it just started like with the $5 Indians. That's the reason why you see white men. No, they was doing that shit from the start. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like they never give you, huh?
They were doing it from day one.
Yeah, from day one. That's what I'm trying. Yeah, and they never give you an image of a real Indian. They try to paint. We know it, unless you don't know history, then you know it shouldn't be no white man, no motherfucker. It shouldn't be. That should be a conflict of interest just on all levels of any degree of any rightness, anything that's right and correct or balanced this universe should not allow any white man to be a fucking Indian chief, considering that what white man came here and did. Just on strength of that alone, they should automatically be disqualified. You know what I'm saying? Automatically. I don't give a fuck. You, and then they try to, I'm 1/8 none. Get your ass out of here. You're a European. The fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? You ain't no fucking Indian. The fuck out of here. And they run around here with suits and shit on. You telling me I don't know the culture, but you run around here you run around here at tea parties eating sushi and fucking caviar or whatever and chumming up with the motherfucking teacups and tea sets, but you telling us that we not Indians.
Right.
Look at this cracker. And I know these motherfuckers be listening to me. Look at this cracker. You understand? Look at this cracker right here. Okay? Do this motherfucker look like he ever wore a fucking war bonnet? He wore a war bonnet playing around and shit. Like, let me see that. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me put that on. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it should be against the law. It should be against the laws of the laws of the universe. Shouldn't allow it. It's like the laws of the universe.
Hey, bro, who is he the chief of? What country club is he a president of, bro? This is crazy, man. It can't be real.
Look at him, though. Look at this guy right here.
Look at him.
Bro. Look at him right here. Look at him. And look, and he's
a Choctaw, right? And that can't be. No.
Look. He was the chief in '97. Look. He was the chief 22 years ago. You understand what I'm saying? While we wasn't even sitting here talking about this shit, he was the chief 22 years ago. Then they try to throw this motherfucker in there. We don't know where they got him from. He could be a plant. This nigga could be from anywhere. We don't know where he got him from.
But they don't understand eugenics, though. Like we mostly get most of our pushback comes from people who say they're against eugenics, right? But they practice the theory of evolution as well as the out of Africa hypothesis, right? That goes along with eugenics, right? But they say they're against that, but they still their whole arguments is eugenics, right? Anytime you're talking about Africa, anytime you're talking about any of these things, it's eugenics, right? So these people know that these are not the original people. That's just what it is. The cosmology of every tribe of the people. I mean, this is laughable for anybody to even have a conversation about this anymore. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Look at this guy right here, Chief. Look at him right here. Look at him real quick right here, right? You see the guy I got on the screen now? His name is Jack Austin. Jack Austin Jr. became assistant chief of the Choctaw Nation in 2014 after serving as director of the Choctaw Nation Recovery Center in Oklahoma. Right, this shit is a fucking joke, man. Like, this shit should be
like Bruce Jenner or something.
God, look at this. Look at this. They try to throw one dark skinned person up in there, and then the two crackers on the end and shit. Another cracker right here. They try to throw this up in there, but yo, this shit is like, yo. It's like motherfucker just playing on people, and black people don't even care because they like, yo, they didn't whitewash this country so long after 200 or 300, 400 years, and then motherfucker sitting up here. Look at this nigga. Look, he was a chief. He looked like a Negro a little bit, like he mixed with son. He like a Negro on front, like he could be a nigga or whatever. A light skinned nigga, but he looked like he could be a nigga, but he, you know what I'm saying? But look at these motherfuckers, yo. This shit is a joke. Now they go Chief Warhorse. Now while you Google, she come up and this cracker come up. Because you know why? Because the feds and the government put this motherfucker in place so you wouldn't get in. So when you claim it, they be like, oh no, nah, stop him at the door. Like, nah, don't let that nigga come through. Like, nah, you African.
Right.
No, you African. Stop him at the door. Look, they got these niggas stopping you at the door. And then they find, look, Mississippi. This bitch right here ain't no motherfucking, ain't no Indian. That's what I'm trying to say. And then they go find the white sellout Indian who ain't got no fire in them, who just here to go along to get along. Now, she look like she could have some Negro in her somewhere down the line, but for the most part, we're gonna reject her. We're gonna reject her Choctaw card too. Where are the original fucking people of this land? I want to see them.
Hey, click on my share. Click on my share right quick. There they are.
Motherfucker. Nah, I'm saying, I mean, you know, we know in terms or whatever though, but this shit is ridiculous. Yes, exactly. And then you see that right there? That's where they got the Statue of Liberty from. You see, she got the same thing the Statue of Liberty got. Bro. You know what I'm saying? The same thing she got on the Statue of Liberty got on.
You're right. Then you see the X across the chest, dealing with the power twine, dealing with the summer solstice. You see that from Virginia all the way down to Brazil. You know what I mean? That's deep.
Bro, look at this brother with the fro.
Yeah, we know, man. Bro, he got dreads on. The brother in the back got dreads on the beard. Them Negroes, man, we already know them. Them ain't no African, but they try to talk. Look, Africans that converted, that adapt in Indian ways. And motherfuckers like, yeah, man, I knew the Africans was coming over here. And they don't stop and say, hold up. That ain't no fuck. Because your mind have been told that a motherfucking Indian look like some mongoloid, but you ain't even smart enough to say, hold up, wait a minute. Shouldn't no white man be no motherfucking Indians? I know ain't no white man, no Indians. I know when no white people here or whatever. So stop your foolishness, okay? They already said copper color. You ain't copper at all. You try to, you know, even if you spray copper tone on you and shit. You know what I'm saying? Even if you spray copper tone on you and shit and look like one of the bodybuilders at the Olympia with all that shit on or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You still ain't one of the indigenous people.
Right.
But yo.
This tells the tale right here.
Yeah.
This is from the 1600s. This is when the Dutch came over here, when they established New Holland or New Amsterdam, which is now New York. These are the people that were there.
That's just a picture though, man. That's just a picture though. That don't mean nothing. That's just a picture.
Right. Okay. They just made this for nothing. That's what I would tell them. They actually just sat there to look how detailed this is. Look how much time it took for them to draw it. They just did that for nothing. No, they were being accurate when they first came over here. They were being very descriptive. They had sending reports back to their homelands to let them know what they had found, who they were dealing with. This is what that was about. Now you can understand why you see these Negroes, or so-called Negroes, on these Confederate dollar bills. Before, you know, the presidents would even put on it. They had us on them. Why? Because they owned the land. They were doing commerce with these people.
You got that up there?
What's that?
You got the what's the name, the money.
Oh, I can pull it up. Hold on.
No, I got it right here. I got it right here.
Yeah, you got it. Go ahead.
Sure. A lot of them was in the Virginia money, Alabama money, Mississippi money, you know, the Confederate money.
Right.
$20 bills, various different things. Hell, we was the money. Shit, what do you mean? We was the money. We still are the money.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. You got to think about it. You guys got to think about have a survivalist attitude when it comes to this, right? What is the most basic resource that you need now? If a nigga was to drop you off in the motherfucking middle of nowhere where there's no store in your pocket, you don't see nothing around you. You're going to go into survival mode. So you're gonna have to start. First of all, you're gonna have to start finding either anything that's around you that you can find to eat, bugs or whether you're around any water. Can you go fishing? Can you catch a bird? Can you catch a squirrel? You're gonna have to fucking survive. You understand what I'm saying? So the Europeans was trading their trinkets for the shit that we had to help them survive. That's it. And they don't know how to grow nothing. They wasn't farmers like that in Europe, man. They was eating meat and fucking potato. And I say they got potatoes from here, but that's another story. We don't really know what exactly their diets was. We know that they was eating meat. Mainly their diets consist of basically of animals. But for the most part, when they came here and seen corn, that's why they put corn in everything today. They put cornstarch, cornmeal, corn, every motherfucking thing, bro. They put that in everything. You understand?
Yeah.
Look, here you go right here. You got it right there. Look.
Yeah.
Look, you see it right here? Look, you see it?
Click on it.
You can see it?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that $50 bill from Alabama, Confederate money.
Alabama, Central Bank, right? Look, this is Florida. See right here? On the side, Negro. Because you know what? That resource money. So most of the time you might have had people who owned that land. So let's say you have black people who own, or Indians who owned that land, who basically been turned or assimilated to adapt European ways. You know what I'm saying? And he had his own people working on the field, and they was trading certain things for that. In most part, you understand what I'm saying? In most part, we know it was a little bit more devious than that. So another Alabama one. I got a few more. This is Timber Cutter Bank. These are two Negroes in the middle. Savannah. And this is Mississippi.
You gotta think about it. At that point, the American Negro had totally made these pale skins almost 100% profit just by the sharecropping and being POW by these people up under the circumstances. You see what I'm saying? And then you fast forward to now, what the fuck is money without the motherfuckers to spending it?
Right.
See what I'm saying? And who is the niggas in America? Right.
Back it. My bad. Go ahead.
Now you good. Now you right. And you look at who's spending the most money in America today.
We are on our own shit.
Yeah, and we ain't even a nation yet. We don't even know what's going on. We lost in a sunken place.
Everything is off your back. Everything you do, they come over here and do. Nobody, like I tell you, everybody from every country don't come here. They either try to be like a nerdy white boy and wear some tight pants with some boots and shit like that, or they try to adapt or try to have some type of hipness to them. You know, you see motherfucker with Jordans on every now and then, a fitted hat, trying to be cool. Like, yo, you wasn't like that in your country, man. You had a motherfucker, you was damn near gonna put a bone in your nose a week before you came here. a week before you came here, you was debating whether or not you was gonna put a bone in your nose or put a motherfucking bone in your ear. Right. Now all of a sudden you wanna come here, you wanna wear lavish, you wanna wear diamonds and gold and shit. How the fuck are we the people? Cause how are we the people who we the poorest people, but we buying gold and shit because we was already doing that shit. Right. Money grip.
They the conquerors that mirror everybody that they do. They absorb them. They like Shang Tsung off of Mortal Kombat. You know what I mean? And then they turn into you. See what I'm saying?
Right. So, yeah, man, that's crazy, yo. I mean, so it's interesting how they don't consider the people of Egypt, right? That's in Egypt now Africans, right? But they consider us Africans, and they right there. You know, it's just weird to me how all the names get distributed. You know, based off of not even location, based off of their geographical lines. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, this is that, this is east, west. It's interesting, you know, how a guy could be like, yo, he's Haitian, he's a proud Haitian. Right. But he don't fuck with the other side of the island, you know what I mean? Because he's more French than he's more the islander, you know what I mean? So it's just so many psychological things that we have to deal with, you know what I mean? On top of all the information, right? The psychological damage is serious, bro. Like, it's real serious. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think some of us, you know, like we're on automatic pilot. You know what I'm saying? Because I was on shout out to Knowledge Uprise, man. I would check him out. He look, I invited over there last night, man. I was just talking to those guys, man. You know, you got, you know, people be like, this Black Power, man. But then they sitting around saying, oh man, the white man, this white man, that, right? So I asked one of the brothers, I said, well, what does the white man, your neighbor got that you don't have? He gonna say shoe companies. I said, so the white man owns Gucci and Nike? Your neighbor, like all of them, right? You see what I'm saying? So sometimes we're gonna have to do for self, man. And like I think that we perpetuate the inferiority complex more than anybody else. You know what I mean? Seriously, I don't know. I think it's a mindset, and we have to change our mindset to start winning.
Chief, you see your boy right here, Chief. Look, you see your boy right here. His name is William August Boyle, right? Bowles, right? They say he was born in. This is in 1791. So if you had white chiefs or white Indians that look like this motherfucker, look at this nigga. Look, hold on, I'm about to click on a larger picture of him so we could get a better look at him or whatever. But how come on, man? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to prove by lying and shit, right? Look at this nigga. Straight cracker. Straight like come on, man. Like in the winter is the cracker.
Hey, bro, but you know what's crazy though, bro? Like that might not even be the original picture either, bro. Like we know that they were whitewashed pictures. They'll make them mulattoes from the original to a mulatto to a European. So there's so many tricks of the trades that these guys are doing, right? At some point, we got to just you know, fall back and say, hey, listen, you know, we know the truth, right? And we start to move like we know the truth socially. I think that's the key. You see what I'm saying? Like, no Native American can't tell us shit like they the first people. Like, that makes no sense. You're a mulatto. You're a mestizo. That's a thing that exists, right? Like, if mestizos didn't exist, right? If on the reservations, right, and that wouldn't be a thing, and that's a mixed generation from us, right? If that didn't exist with these pale-faced people, and then the eugenics, the whitening out of the people, right? If that didn't exist, if we didn't have that to use as a reference point, right? Everything I would be saying would be a lie and conspiracy, right? But we have it. We have the plot, right? We got the plot. Here's the goddamn plot. But Garfield and all these dumbasses are still arguing over their paymasters' plot. Are you serious?
Right.
Really? Like, come on, like really? You down for all the eugenic practices and everything that they're doing in the universities and all this other stuff, and you say you for the people? Really? Like that makes no sense to me, bro. Like at some point I can't. How are we gonna have the same conversation over and over and over and over and over and over and over? Like how many times are we gonna have that conversation? I think it has to be a distraction because I couldn't. If I'm having a debate with somebody, right, and they keep beating me every time, and I keep coming back with the same dumb shit. At some point, I mean, come on, you either gonna change or you're an agent. Like they cannot say that they're getting power from the paradigm of considering themselves slaves and you know what I'm saying? Like you just automatic, hey, I'm a slave and I'm gonna teach my children that they're slaves and they come from slaves. Like that's weird to me. See what I'm saying? So I don't know. We got an uphill battle, that's for sure.
Oh, listen, that's why dealing with them, you just like they don't ask questions. They just assume listen. Everybody know, and that's what got to be put out there. We all know all life came from Africa. According to you guys, you believe that your ancestor is an Australopithecus or whatever the fuck you call that motherfucking ape.
Right.
Whatever. You believe that's your motherfucking ancestor. Then you try to apply that shit to us and think we came from that when people really starting to say that a lot of that there was a mutation over in Africa as well among white people and certain black people, right? So people they want to lump us up in all that shit. They want to lump us up with all these experiments when it's telling you that we was warring. What was these people mission statement? Why did they come here? Just told you that all of the Europeans was in competition to do what the Spanish and the Portuguese was doing. They was not bringing Africans here. They was taking Indians other places and enslaving them here, and they came here and implemented the same thing. That's why you see the soul, and then what they trying to do is cover up the word Negro, because we all know that the word Negro, according to them, means black. So if they was to say that the Indians are called Negroes, the gig would be up. They have to make it extra confusing by saying, "Oh, that's an Indian. That's an Indian. That's an African." Just like Rob Bourne said to me the other day. He said that the burial ground in New York is an African, and he said that shit with confidence, with confliction. Like he said, he says it like, "Yo, we already got the what's the name?" And I pulled it up and it say Negro burial ground. We've been pulling this shit up, showing you motherfuckers this shit. They done did a remix sing on it, and we said anything. You know what I'm saying? We didn't showed you that it says Negro burial ground. Oh, but the Negroes, but all black people come from Africa. This is the spell that you must break. You don't understand. You don't understand. If they telling you, and like I said, and what they do is they cause confusion, but at the same time they play on your ignorance. Okay,
right.
Now. We got images. We got anthropologists that's telling you, man. Hey, Chief, I don't think you heard me touch on that part. But go. What you gonna say, my brother? What you gonna say, Medicine Man?
No, I'm just agreeing with you. I was basically saying, yep. What you said is on point.
They don't want this, man. They don't want this. And like I said, every time I find a book that agree with what I'm talking about, even though that there is some flaws into this motherfucking book, because there's some things in here that's not correct or whatever, but I can bypass, I can take out the education and some of the great talking points as they have in this book. But for the most part, look, this shit said that the motherfucking Cherokees are playing ball, playing basketball. We used to baptize each other.
Yep, all that. Now you see where a lot of this stuff come from.
Have you ever seen a so-called Native American in the NBA or the NFL?
Nope.
Or Major League Baseball?
Nope.
Or breakdancing? Anything, man. Like in the Revolutionary War. Were they in the Revolutionary War? Were Native Americans fighting in the motherfucking Revolutionary War? I'll wait for that answer. Nope. I'll wait. I know you brothers know. But I need to, like, we got to ask real questions, y'all.
Listen to this, Chief. I don't think you heard this. Listen to this, right? Look. This is in this book right here. This is how dumb they think they want us to be, right? Look, they already in this paragraph above, he already told you, like, he already said that how people in academia say that the fact that black people is here is a highly controversial topic, right? And then in the same sense, he'll tell you some shit like this, right? Look, check this out. It say long before Christopher Columbus, it says, look, he's saying Africans has been using the favorable sea currents on small boats to come to the Americas, right? He said one reason Columbus, look, listen to this. He said one reason Columbus was sent on return voyage to the New World was to report Indians of the Espanola. It say who said that there had come to Espanola, it say from the south. It say southeast, a black people. It say who have the top of their spears coated with metal. Well, I mean, with goyan, which is gold. So he's saying that Columbus came here and seen motherfuckers here with gold. And we got images of people here with spears, right? But even when you come down here, right? And this is just for Chief. I know Chief be liking the history, right? Look, it say Dr. Leo Weiner. It say have proposed an African trader. Now, he said African traders from Ghana. Listen to this shit, Chief. He said African traders from Ghana founded a colony near Mexico City. Now look, it say from which they erected a cultural commerce influence extending north to Canada to south to Peru. Now, when she said that, I turned around, looked, I got a map right here, and I got a globe right in front of me. And I said, what? You know how far that is? Like, so you telling me some Africans was able to come here and speak all of the English of the indigenous people here and set up trades with them? Or was they indigenous already here?
That's why I proposed it. He proposed. It ain't fact.
Proposed. Now look, okay, now let me continue, right? So he's saying from Canada to Peru. So he also suggests that indigenous cultures, including the Mayan, the Aztec, and the Inca civilization, were strongly influenced through contact with so-called African civilization. Now look, check this out. Now he's telling you, now how many years is the Mayan away from the Aztec, and the Aztec is away from the Inca? They gotta be like thousands of years apart. You know what I'm saying? So how is these people here that long that they would influence a culture that we already showed you that was building pyramids? There was already pyramids in Peru before any Africans would have got here.
Thank you.
So how? But just to listen, if you establish a cultural commerce, that means, listen, think about this. If you was established a cultural, meaning it had to be people left over to continue the culture. Let's say if boom, we ain't got no video camcorders, we ain't got no recorders or no TV or nothing, right? So let's say if we was to travel, let's say for example us, we in a boat, we traveling to Canada, and we taking our coach up there, right? So now if we don't leave no offsprings or no people there or whatever. Let's say for example, one of us is a chef, one of us we good with entertainment, the other one is a mechanic, and somebody else is just good at or hunting or anything like that, right? So let's say we teach them. If they don't learn it the first time, the culture going to die right there. So you would need people there to continue the culture, to keep teaching these people from Canada. Bro, you know how many states is from Canada to motherfucking Peru?
Man, all right. You know how many miles?
Yeah, that's super crazy. I mean, bro, like just the sheer mass, the numbers of the artifacts, of the monoliths, of the writings, of everything. It just lets you know that our ancestors was busy. So that right there just sounds crazy. And once again, this is even though they try to put some stuff out there, so you got to decipher between the bullshit and the white man. Once again, trying to always put themselves in that. Chatters does it. Your boy Brian Forster do it. All of them do it. Wayner's no different. So we got to always be on the lookout for the hijack. Shout out to Chris Mayo.
I got a better one for you. Check this one out. Right. So look, it say listen, this is according to them. Listen to this shit, right? Now it say when the enslaved Africans of the Soto expedition. Now it just says the Soto didn't bring no enslaved Africans, right? So if they fled the Spanish. Now nigga said that. The nigga say the Soto enslaved hundreds of thousands of Indians. I could swear it said that. Right now, look. Said the Soto expedition fled their Spanish masters. It said they found refuge among the native people of the American Southeast. Now, each time I say Africans found refuge, it say in doing so, they found a people not unlike themselves, indigenous people. Now, each time I say indigenous people from West Africa and the American Southeast possess similarity worldviews rooted in a historic relationship and subtropic coastal of the Middle Atlantic. It's a physical appearance aside. It's a these runaway Africans found that similarity between themselves and those who provided the sanctuary far outweigh the difference. Now listen to this. This is what he said in one breath. He said this in one breath. It said now there is even the possibility that the relationship between Africans and Native Americans stretched back much further than historians are willing to acknowledge. Though it is a highly controversial topic, it seems possible that the first contact of Africans and Indians. Now listen to this. Now, if you're smart, you catch on to this when you're reading. It say Africans and Indians. Now look, it's saying Africans in one breath and saying he classifying other people as Indians. Did not occur because technically the Native Americans would not be Indians because the Native Americans wasn't on the island of Espanol or in the Caribbean when that word was applied to them people. So they wouldn't need the Native Americans wouldn't even be Indians because they never came across Columbus or none of this other shit that they wasn't found until the 1800s. But nonetheless, though, look, see, I want you to listen to this shit, right? So it's possible that the first contact between Africans and Indians did not occur in the early 16th century, as commonly assumed, right? It this possibility has been outscored by a discovery in Brazil of a Negro skull dating back 11,500 years. Lucia, as she been called, can transform the thinking of people of the Americas. We can no longer say that the first colonizers of America came north of Asia. So who came north of Asia? Oh, the Native Americans, right? The Indians that he's saying up here, right? He said, as previously modeled has proposed, says Dr. Walter Nee. So he's saying that even though he's saying she's Negroid, she's an African, and the Africans can't be the first people in the Americas because it has to be the Native Americans. We can't say, even though we find them here first, you get said that they had a cultural connection from Canada all the way to Peru. The culture lasted with the Mayans, the Incas, the other one, which are thousands of years apart. You understand? Thousands of years apart. No one was here. But we find images, we got maps, people in the 1600s on maps where you still got Negroes here. And this is what most people can't understand. Now, what they would do is this, Chief. What have most of the people, when we bring up Lucia, what do most people say Lucia is?
A Mongoloid.
A Mongoloid. No. They say Australianoid.
Right. Well, no, I'm talking. Well, yeah, it's Australoid. She's an Australoid. That's what she's classified at. But no. Americans, they try to say she's Mongoloid.
She not no Australoid because the person who did the bus said that's a Negro.
That's a Negro.
So I'm going with him. I'm listening to him. I'm not. He been doing this shit for a long time, and he ain't gonna make. If he assumed that's what it is, then that's what it is. I'm not going to be doing this shit too long. I'm not going to sit up here and challenge his judgment. If this man will go through the time to reconstruct a skull or whatever, obviously he know more than I do about the topic, and he's telling you that the first skull that they found in that region at that time was a motherfucking Negro. And the author even went to say now after he noticed already, though, we're going to read through this book, and he's going to constantly tell you how many Indians they enslaved. Then he's going to constantly tell you how many Africans they brought here. When he also know that they were sending people from here to the Caribbean and then bringing people back. So if they sent millions of people from here to the Caribbean, remember the British, and that's another funny thing, because even in Jamaica, right? The North America was sending slaves to Jamaica, I believe Barbados, and whatever other country the United States or Britain have out there. But Britain controls Jamaica. So how was the United States still sending people out there when they just got into a war, when we call a revolutionary war? Because the revolutionary war was to take the people off their land. And like we just read, what we just read, they encouraged Indians to start wars with other people so they can take their fucking land. And this is after the formation of the United States. So the United States is the ones responsible for this shit. They don't want. We could sit here and play games, la 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 la. If it was any slavery going on in any colonies after 1776, after the formation of the United States, the United States is responsible. That's it. I mean, and motherfuckers sitting here like, oh, Illuminati. They trying to throw hey, and they're the people directly for the call from then even till now, even till with the drugs and with the students, and they never protected us. That was the whole purpose. They never protected us because the people never wanted to give us protection. And what kind of greasy shit is that? Most people don't want to understand that. Here in North America, who else is it? If you saying the government owe you reparations, then who was the government? It's another government. The Iroquois Confederacy still exists. So who is it? Who is it? understand what I'm saying? And that's what you gotta understand. And then, like you said, most when they tell you blacks own slaves, them blacks that own slaves were sellouts. Whether they went and did what they had to do to come back and buy their family or not, they still work for the corporation. They still probably joined the Americans to go kill other Indians and come back and get money and snatch their family up and be able to hold them. It doesn't even matter.
Right.
It doesn't anybody you see that's free, that's owning slaves, because what are we told? See, see, people will do this. People will stick to the most common narrative of slavery. Oh man, slavery was brutal. Oh, they was mating us, mixing us up, fucking mating us. Then you was a slave from a time you was a baby until you was 90 years old. So how the fuck did these blacks get free? How did almost 1 million blacks get free on fucking slaves? These motherfuckers must have just been knocking motherfuckers out, cracking, beating. They was bulletproof and they had 100 Luke Cages. It was 100 black Indian Luke Cages and shit, and they took down everybody. And they was like, if they was able, no, they would have killed them too. So I'm not trying to sit up here and say, well, our ancestors were punks or whatever. No, because we was warring with them. But at the same time, if you was on that land, they was going to find some manipulative to get your ass off of it. And we just seen in here that they was encouraging Indians to start wars with one another so they can take the fucking prisoners and the land. And we read this time and time and time and time and time and time again. Okay? Even when you find out about Andrew Jackson, and I wanted to really read something for Andrew Jackson, a piece on what he was saying or whatever. And remember, you got how many motherfuckers you got with the last name Jackson, man? And people don't even fucking think, man. Just look, Andrew Jackson hated Indians, man. He hated Indians. He hated them.
Now, here's the thing that's not being said. The history, when I did some research on Andrew Jackson, do you know that he got 22 million acres out of that? 22 million acres.
That's crazy.
Bro, this shit going Prince Hall. He talk about Prince Hall on here, saying he was a former slave person of color from Barbados. And I say a person of color from Barbados. We already know they were sending people to Barbados or whatever. But Old Hickory, aka Andrew Jackson. Check it out. I got a little piece I want to read.
And I stay here, Old Hickory Boulevard.
Old Hickory, yeah, see? Old Hickory. I'm right here
in Andrew Jackson territory, Nashville, Tennessee.
My man said he pissed on his grave.
Yeah.
He said he pissed on the grave. Check, let me read this little part right here. I want you to check this part right here, right? So it say, all right. Let me go up a little bit. I'm gonna read right here. All right. It says some have supposed that it had its origin among the Cherokees, but further back than the Revolutionary War, when a large number of Tories holding slaves fled from the southern states and took refuge amongst this people. They say, and if it's not unlikely that the evil began with white men who settled in the nation and married Cherokee women. It say with the founding of the American Board for Foreign and Christian Missions in 1810, Henry Knox's vision from a generation earlier attained the instrument of achieving its goal under the aspects of James Madison Civilization Fund. In 1817, the American Board sent Cyrus Kingsbury to begin a system of missions among the Cherokees with the encouragement of young Cherokee named James Ross. Now we know John Ross was a fucking sellout agent.
That's who I was talking about, Jay. That's it, Ross.
John Ross. Now look, John Ross. Now look, listen who John Ross' friend was. It say a Cherokee named John Ross and his Tennessee friend of the Cherokee by the name of General Andrew Jackson.
Yep.
Let me read that again.
Wait. They said Andrew Jackson was Cherokee?
Listen. It say with the encouragement of a young Cherokee named James Ross and a Tennessee friend of Cherokee by the name of General Andrew Jackson. He was able to secure permission from the Cherokee Council and a brain mission in Tennessee, and Elliott mission in Georgia, and American board established. Establishing near the Chickamauga on the land acquired from a former Tory. I don't know. I think a Tory is some type of tribe or whatever. Featured a model farm to teach the Indian boys husbandry and the Indian girls domestic manufacturing. In 1818, Andrew Jackson pondered the Indian question and concluded that one thing must be done with Indians. Either those sons of the forest should be mortalized or exterminated. Humanity would rejoice at former but shrink the horror from the later. It say he decided that civilization was their only hope, and that will put into their children the primer and the hoe. It say, and they will naturally in time take hold of the plow, and as their mind. Now listen. It say that children will take hold the plow as their minds become enlightened and expand. The Bible will be their book, and they will grow into habits of mortality and industry. Leave the chase to those whose minds are less cultivated and become useful members of society. Now listen to this shit. It say, with the help of the churches, Jackson's plan came slowly to fruition. By 1820, the missionary amongst the 5 nations were among the most successful in the country. Conversion was numerous, and federal government considered the Cherokee Nation itself a more fertile ground for civilization. The Cherokee, we think, are fast advancing towards civilized life. They generally manifest the adhere desire of literature and religious instructions. Many of the members of the primary Cherokee families, such as Ridges and Bootenau, and the waiters were educated by Protestant missionaries. Now we already know Elias Bootenau was a fucking cracker, and Ridges was a fucking cracker too. Okay, now he's telling you, bro, and like I said, man, listen, they basically tell you everything, right? Now look, let me read a little bit more and we can ponder on, we can build on this, right? It said the missionaries sent some of the best scholars to boarding school in Cornwall, Connecticut, right? Farms grew into plantations, and buildings grew into towns as the program of civilization pursued its goal of the institution of chattel slavery spread. Now they said that we in the 1800s. Okay, we in the 1800s. Okay, and remember, we after 1818. It say individuals held position of power and land begin to grow wealthy to buy. They say black slavery when they already know we talk about Indians. No one said anything about no Africans. We were talking about Indians the whole motherfucking time. Now they're trying to throw that black slaves. They don't try to throw that in there. To extend their farms and tend to their livestock. Intermarriage among native and the whites who served among them continued to increase. The marriage of John Ridge and Elias Bootenau to white women. Now listen, to white women. These supposed to be Indians, which we already know they're not. Or whatever, but they marry white women. It say as Cornwall missionary created a great controversy among white and seriously affected the missionary efforts. The intermarriage radically affected the Cherokee, matrilineal, and the communalism was basically us looking alike and us keeping the same bloodline. It's saying the first introduced real economy and equality into Cherokee civilization. Now, what y'all think about that, bro? Now, we already know we already know they ain't going to talk about no Africans. They gonna try to throw black slaves. And the whole time Andrew Jackson talking about, oh, he was gonna convert these so-called Indians. So where are these Indians at that's supposed to be converted? Because I would be under the assumption that some of them will have your last name.
Right.
All you gotta do is look where his property was at and where he lived at. Where was Andrew Jackson? Where he lived at? Or you lived in Carolina somewhere? All right, where your plantation? On your plantation? Okay, so where the Indians at? Because like I'm saying, what we are doing is this. We're trying to find the identity. What happened to the Southeast Indians and what they look like. We're going to exclude any Indian that look like white because the white man came here. The white man can't play the white settler and play the fucking Indian. We're tired of that shit. You've been doing that shit too long and people ain't even stopping saying, hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. This is not right. Like you can't be the fucking settler and the Indian.
Nope.
Like really, honestly. Like you sit up there with a grin, a federal grin or whatever. And like I said, they put them people there to keep you out. Because they know the original Southeast tribes are us. And we've been basically dethroned we've been relieved of our Indian, not Indian, because we're not Indians neither. You know what I'm saying? We're not even Aborigines. Even though if you want to use from the beginning or earliest from existence, if you want to use it, but that's not the name of the people we was called. The name of the people we was called have yet to be determined. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of these names was applied. Some of these names were ours. Some of these names were ours.
Right.
But you don't find documentation. You got to find documentation of the European classifying all the people as one that's on the land, like you do in Africa, or the Aborigines of this land. So he's boxing them all, giving them all one name, even though that within all of the people that's here, you have many people who might have their own individual name or clan, as we read. But yeah. That's it, bro. There you go, have it. Andrew Jackson said it right there. He said it right there. And like I said, in proving the fact that making people get the confidence to understand that they real Indians. That's what this whole thing is about. It ain't about no nigga coming up here, keep talking about history or keep pounding history down people's throat or keep on talking about, that's all you want to talk about this history. That's my job. You got motherfuckers out here that talk about Oprah and R. Kelly and they make videos about all this whack, stupid ass shit that ain't gonna help you. That ain't gonna help you. If you was in the motherfucking desert somewhere stranded, they ain't gonna help you with nothing. Nope. It's gonna be, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a memory for you fade away. You understand? But you got Negroes that's talking about that, and you got brothers like us that's really putting together research. You got Tariq Nasheed that have some talking points, and some of these other motherfuckers that put together documentation. But we constantly put together documentation, constantly show you documentation, man. And it's like I said, this is not no entertainment. This ain't like no, I mean, you can say it's entertainment to a certain extent. Edutainment, exactly. Yeah. You know, to a certain extent, but for the most part, this is for the people to wake themselves up and realize what the fuck they not. And you ain't you ain't none of this shit that you've been called. You ain't come from Africa. We already proved it. And even if you want to go with I'm not giving you the 308,000 slaves. But if we were to even take that position, we already know we got it's some other things that we're gonna have to calculate too. So you bring Africans from Africa to the Caribbeans, okay, into these same so-called plantations where you took the so-called Indians at, right? You bring these people from there, and then you bring them to the Americas, right? You mix these people into these plantations where you claim you got Indians at. Because I'm quite sure Andrew Jackson and the so-called Indians he didn't separate from the so-called black slaves, which that's bullshit. All the slaves he had was Indians.
Right.
Because he wasn't dealing with no importations of no slave or buying no slaves like that, because he was capturing people. They was taking babies, man, and raising them, man. Do you know that they was taking the babies from the mothers and shit, and he was raising them as his own?
Facts. Big facts.
Mm-hmm.
and giving him his last name, Jackson, motherfucker. But yet niggas, like I said, bro, Andrew Jackson, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, they all had beef with the Indians. And we know, like you said, the Revolutionary War was primarily dealing with Washington. And like you said, they try to make it seem like the Indians was on his side. But remember, you had Indians that fought with the Americans and some that fought with the British. When I don't know why, they should have been fighting together. They should have been fighting together to push off to push off the white settlers and the white settlers, British, and the regular British. They should have been formed together, push both of them off. But instead they joining forces. Well, we need to choose with one of them. Why would you do that?
Right.
So I don't know, man. Like, I just try to use my brain, the brain that the Most High gave me, and I know.
Right.
Yeah, but these niggas ain't got common sense because they still talking about fucking what was the name the destruction of black civilization, all this other shit. We already on that. Now we trying to figure out who the fuck we are. We invested enough time in Kemet. We know what the walls of the Great Pyramids look like, but now we need to invest some time in our home where we from. Okay, because I'm not. It's evident. Even if you is from Africa, you're not from Egypt. So why are you studying Egyptian shit? That's not your shit.
Right.
You have no relation. You have no relation to no Egyptian. So why are you even studying it? You're not an Egyptian. Well, we was doing this, but we could say we for real, motherfucker, because we have ain't even no mounds over there in Africa. No mounds, no structures. They ain't have nothing similar to Cahokia. So when a motherfucker up there talking about, oh well, Africa had all the part that you was from ain't have nothing.
Nope.
Still ain't got nothing. Still ain't got nothing to this very day. To this very day, still ain't got nothing. But you want to sit here and you want to take away from the structures that they found here in America and sit here and say, oh, that's not a pyramid. Well, the person who wrote the article called it a pyramid, not me. I'm not making this up. And that's what these Negroes do. And all these people that's in this whole debate and shit, they try to sit here and play words or whatever. Like I said, and people were sitting there telling me, like, the last time we had the debate with them, with so-called half a Mongoloid and half Negro, or whatever you want to call it, or whatever, because all of them wasn't Mongoloids. Two of them niggas was Negroes, and one of them was a Mongoloid, or whatever, right? We had a Dominican and somebody else, whatever, right? Niggas sitting there talking about keep your composure. I can't keep my composure when the person I'm debating, if you are archaeologist or anthropologist, state that claim. So, okay, so I can see, let me see your work. Oh, all right, this is what you did. Okay, no problem. Okay, all right, but instead, they're not. So when you pull up people and you say their word verbatimly, I talk about James Chatter and Richard Neves, and we say what they say verbatim. I'm not summarizing it. I'm not making up. I'm not putting it. I'm saying it verbatimly what they're saying. They're saying that it was Negroes here, along with the pictures, along with the Indians, all of this shit.
Yo, hey bro, can I interject right there real fast?
Sorry, go ahead, Chief.
They're using a proven method, right? That everybody is saying, okay, craniology, right? That means you're getting full skeleton remains to come back to say these are Negroes, right? Not just the oldest ones, but all the other tens of thousands of full skeleton remains that we have in America. That's Negroes, right? Check. Okay. I asked these guys, what 10,000 BC full skeleton remains do you attach yourself to in West Africa? That's all you got to tell us. Give us what you're attaching yourself to in Africa so we can understand, because we attached ourselves to these murals, these Olmec heads, all these pyramids and mounds, bones, craniology, geology, archaeology. I mean, what more we need, man? Depictions of actual fucking newspaper clippings. Nobody's talking about Africans. People are talking about, you know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. Like, this is getting ridiculous. Like, it's getting ridiculous. People having the same conversation with, like, we're not arguing no more whether or not we were here. Now let's figure out how can we get power from knowing that we were here. See what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, okay, how do we get power now? How are we going to use this information to get power? And all of it is important because if you got people that think Egypt starts over there, when we show them Egypt here, they like, oh, okay. Oh, shit. They can start having more pride about the temples and the, you know, the ancestors here on this land. I was with them. I didn't even want to go to the pyramids here in America. I wanted to go to Africa. I didn't want to even be American. That's the trick.
Right.
To trick you socially to be, you don't even want to be American. You don't even care if people come here and replace you. See how that work? Like, this is how they're beating us. Period.
It's a brother in the chat that said West Africa has rich history.
Where? When did it
start?
I
just want 10,000 BC skulls, bones, kneecaps.
And that's
send that nigga a link.
Give me something.
Hold up.
Hold on, everyone.
The victim. Send him a link.
Hold on, let me jump in right quick. Hey, share my page right quick, everyone. Let me show you.
Malcolm,
I think it's on. It should be showing. Hey, y'all hold me down for a minute. I gotta run to the bathroom quick. Hold me down.
All right.
Malcolm, please put your email in the chat if you want to join the panel.
So everybody can see what's on the screen, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You can see what's on the screen?
Yep.
This is a shepherd woman from the Indian Highlands of Peru, 900 BCE before the Common Era to 200 BC before the Common Era. So this is showing you the phenotype of the Peruvian in the BC, 900 BC. All right. So I just want everybody to get a good look at that. They look like they could be somebody related to any of us. All right, not only that, but check this out. This is from an African. Katanga A. Bongo. In his book, he wrote ancient Egyptians and civilizations and ancient Egyptians. He wrote, in an epic battle that will forever alter the course of South American and African history, the Moshes defeated the Warriors. The Moshe-Warrior War was the most defining war not only in South American history, but also in African history. When the Moshes defeated the Warriors, they destroyed the Warrior Empire. Moshes hated Warriors because of their senseless killing of humans for heads. They were headhunters. Moshes went to a lot of trouble to destroy everything that reminded them of the Warrior Empire. They also expelled the Warriors from South America. Most of the Warriors fled to Africa. All right, keep that point. Now, check this out. See if I can get it up a little bit bigger. I'll just read. I don't know if everybody can see it, but this is the lost books of the Mayans. This is lost cities of Central and North America. It says Africa was largely depopulated after the last poaching about 10,000 years ago. So there goes your history about where's history into Africa 10,000 years ago, where it was depopulated. And 7,000 to 8,000 years ago, Negroes from Central America migrated into the area around Nigeria and began to populate that area of Africa. So Negroes from South America migrated into the continent, what is now the area or the region that is now Nigeria, and they populated that area. These are Central Americans. Then it goes on to say the Dravidians had settled in Abyssinia in southern Arabia. What's significant about this is, if you know who the Dravidians are, then you know that those are the original people of Bharat or Hindustan, or which is now India. So these people came and they settled in Abyssinia. Abyssinia is the ancient name for Ethiopia. So these are your Ethiopians today. And also Southern Arabia, where the Southern Arabs at this time in antiquity was richly dark melanated people. I can show you pictures of them in the 1900s. They were still richly dark melanated people. So we're talking about these richly dark melanated people groups that migrated into this region, into this continent, in these regions. So I wanted people to understand that. Now, when we was talking about earlier, when we was talking about slave trades, when A1 was talking about the Carolinas was the biggest slave hub in North
Right.
America, this is proof. Look at the slave act. Has been just received from North Carolina. 25 likely young Negroes, to which desire to call the attention of the purchasers. He will be in the regular receipt of Negroes from North and South Carolina every month. His Negro Depot is one of the most complete and commodious establishments of the kind in the southern country. And his regulations exact and systematic cleanliness, neatness, and comfort being strictly observed and enforced. His aim is to furnish to customers A1 servants and field hands sound and perfect in body and mind. Negroes take it on commission. This is, this is Memphis, Tennessee. So they were transporting slaves from Carolina, North and South Carolina, to Memphis, Tennessee.
Memphis, Tennessee. A fact.
So ain't none of them Indians, right? I mean, according to what we see, none of them. Oh, because we want to say, oh, damn, they saying Negro.
Right.
Like, come on, fam, stop it.
Well, this gives you a little bit more history on that. New England saw a large number of Pequot, Narragansetts, and others sold in 1638. In the period from 1676 to 1683, many went to Tangiers, Morocco, or Barbaria, the land of the barbarians in what is now Northwest Africa. It's now called Morocco.
Right.
After the 1670s, South Carolina became a major exporter of slaves, depopulating Florida in the process. This is from Jack Ford's American Discoveries. So these are historical, documented, recorded facts. Look at the people. Tell me they're not Negro. Don't look like a Mongoloid to me.
That's a fact. And brother Malcolm X Moody, I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Put your email in the chat if you want to come on here and maybe elaborate on what you were saying in the chat about the West African history.
I just tell you West African history.
I mean, but not to shit on nothing like that or whatever, right? You know what I'm saying? We just talking about our culture here. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why that's offensive to anybody when we standing up and saying, yo, this is our land. Why is this offensive to anybody? Like, I don't get that. And when we're saying our ancestors told us this is where we're from, and most of us were born before they changed it to African Americans, bro. Like, I don't get how this is a thing when we know
I got Negro on my
systems in place. If you are Pan-African, you are eugenist.
Right.
Period.
Real quick. No, I was gonna say real quick.
I got Negro on my birth certificate.
Me too.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if your grandparents or your parents got colored on there, then according to the laws of this land, you are indigenous to this land, and you will deserve the rights and protections of the indigenous people of this land.
Exactly.
Right.
So just because you're not stringy hair, straight hair, whatever, that don't make you indigenous to this land. That means you just got mixed with, the pale man. That's what that means. Sorry. You know what I mean? So I don't know what's going on. You got the Yvette Carnels and people like that or whatever. Like, yo, and Teddy, like, are y'all not African? Stop it. Right, and not to be disrespectful, you know what I'm saying? We're not doing a color thing or whatever, right? But there's a caste system that has been in place. We're going to destroy that caste system.
But remember, we got the
get that out your goddamn minds. Get the caste system out your mind. Yes, sir.
We got the bond too in the Western name. So they got what I think the way you possibly meant to say that is, remember, they tell you Africa is the most diverse country in the world. So they saying Africa is more diverse than it is in North America. I mean, the Americas. And look how diverse this shit has became since the 1960s or whatever. So all people in Africa, just like we can go through Kenya and we can find people in Kenya that got these looks. These, like, you ever see some of these Kenyan women? They be having like these dark brown. They be looking like they could be Indian. but they not Indian. Like they could be like, you know what I'm saying? But they from Kenya, and I seen Ghana got the same type of women, like Winnie Mandela. Look at Winnie Mandela. What Winnie Mandela and Winnie Mandela and what's the actor name? The real dark skinned one.
I know you're
Woman.
talking about.
The woman. What
She
the
played
fuck
in
is
Black
her?
Panther. I know you're talking
Sister
about.
Tyson.
No, not Cicely Tyson. The African woman.
The one that played in Black Panther.
Are you talking about Angela Bassett?
One that's
No,
playing.
the guy.
Oh, the sister from there. Yeah, I can't think of her name, but I know you're talking about. It played in 12 Years a Slave.
Right.
She in a new
Man,
movie now.
that movie ruined it for me. Jeez. Huh?
No, I was going to say Lupita.
Lupita. Yeah, that's a shout out to Lupita.
Now, I got into a conversation with somebody about this in a while, not too recently, actually. They were talking about, Africans and, how, well, all these different phenotypes. How come there's a lot of people over in Africa look like a lot of people over here? And I was trying to explain to them that the so-called African and so-called American phenotypes are different. So so-called African Americans and true Africans phenotypes are different. Cranial structure is different. True African women can't grow hair, Lupita. True African men can't grow beards. You see what I'm saying? So these are the difference. These are the physical and phenotype differences between true Africans and so-called African Americans. So you know that these are two different people. These are two different groups of people. But they want to lump us all together because of complexion. They don't look at the phenotypes. They don't look at the differences.
Hey, look. Hey, medicine man, take a look at this. So y'all can see the screen?
Yeah, I see you.
All right, this is Winnie Mandela right here, right? Look at how she look. Look at how she look like a Caribbean woman.
Yeah.
Like I just seen Caribbean women that look like her, right? Now take a look at her. Look how she look. Does she look like traditional African? There's black people over in America right now where other Africans will see them and say, "Oh, you mixed. Right. You got white man in you. You got the white man in you. And she's strictly African. Did you see anybody saying you see a white father or anybody coming out the background with her? Nope. Now look how she look. Now let's look at Lupita. Right? Now I thought all Africans look alike. Now, I'm not saying that this is a bad looking woman, but at the same token, I don't know. I don't know if people favor women as dark or whatever. She beautiful to be the complexion she is, but you see the difference between her and Winnie Mandela. Obviously, look, they like, come on, man. Like, so, but she will be a typically black woman in America, and they say, you ain't no African. Look how you look, but look how she look. This is what I'm trying to say. Like even when we look at her, she don't even look like Nelson Mandela. Look how Nelson Mandela look.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? So, like, where are these people coming from, and why do Africa got all these different looking people over there? Right. You understand what I'm saying? Like, and that's the question that,
migrations.
Right. That's when you're gonna have to get into migration. Then you get into, catastrophic events, and then you get into, different things. That they got, scientific data to support it. You know what I mean? If geneticists tell you that you had a rapid expansion of people coming into Africa, which gives you high diversity, which leads into a genetic bottleneck, right? Then you have to understand they're giving you a date around 11, 13,000. Then you got the geologists saying that a catastrophic event happened around 11, 12,000 years ago. This is two different people on two different occasions saying two different things. And what it is conglomerately you got the solution of what happened and why these people particularly migrate. See what I'm saying? And where they migrated from.
Right. And see, a lot of that goes back to like now, today they call the area around Egypt, they call it the Middle East. Well, in antiquity, it was called Asia Minor. That was part of Asia. That's what they ain't telling us. That was Asia Minor. But now they call it the Middle East. So when you understand that when these people came from the Caucasus Mountains, from the steppes of Siberia, and started invading Europe Asia, Bharat, Hindustan, which is now India, and all of the area around Saudi Arabia. That's how now when you look over to these areas, they look pale-skinned people, Zentricroic people, because the Zentricroic people invaded, conquered, assimilated, intermixed, and took it over. This is their history that they've recorded. I said some of that in my last video, actually. Basically, how when they came out, they were flushing a lot of the melanated civilizations that were in these areas. These people groups, they flushed them out. Either they were intermixed with them, they married into the nobility. Now, how are you gonna get some barbarians? I'm watching Marco Polo, and I urge anybody that's a history buff like me, check out this Marco Polo. It's been out for a few years, but I never really looked at it. I started this binge watching it, earlier, and it's really giving some historical accounts of what happened, how these Mongols, how they came over, how they took it over, how they intermixed. How you gonna have barbarians, nomads, come into a civilized culture and marry into nobility? Where they do that at? So you mean to tell me that they welcome them? No, they forced. They forced these people. According to the historical accounts, even in the program Marco Polo, it goes on and shows you how they just came in, they find out who was the princess, and they took them, and that was their wife. That's our royal bloodline now. We're going to marry to their family, and they took it over. This is their method. They done did this. They used to send out, look, this is their history. When they came out of the Caucasus, before they start invading and basically ransacking everything, they would send their women ahead. The Huns were notorious. The Huns would send their women ahead to intermix and marry with the European men. Then once they got in station, they'll come on in. Hey, I got my brother, my uncle, and everybody, they come on in. Now you marry this woman, you can't turn her family down, right? So now you're going to welcome them in, and now, boom, they take over. That's what happened. And this has been repeated throughout Europe, throughout Asia, throughout what is now India, and now through the Americas. When they first came over in the Americas, the colonizers was taking indigenous women as their wives to marry into the clans, to the tribes. Now you understand how these white folks calling themselves Indians now, because their great-great-grandfather came over here and married somebody, married into their clan. And now he's like, oh, well, we Indian now. We're going to record us as Indians. So now all of my great-great-great-grandkids, they're going to be up under this banner now. That's right. What happened.
And it tells you that in the dictionary, the 1828 Webster Dictionary, up under the American definition. Right. It talks about the original racist copper-colored tribes, and then now applied to descendants of Europeans. It said now applied to descendants of Europeans. So it just tell you the replacement of who was these people.
Right. They just took it. You know what I'm saying? They took it. Look, these people have no identity. So when they left the Caucasus Mountains, every land they invaded and conquered, they took the names of those lands and the names of those people. So when you look at these Ukraine, this is why I'll be tripping on. Keep y'all name. All of our names is our names. When these people came over here, look, all you have to do, if you want to know what their names are, Google Ukrainian names, Google Russian names, Google Croatian names, Google these names that's in these regions that they come from. Those are their names. When they came to America, it's documented, well documented. They took on American names. So hey, you're gonna be, I'm Tom Smith. You know, he probably was just like couldn't even pronounce his name, but now he's Tom Smith. You see what I'm saying? That's what they were doing. When they were coming over here, they was adopting Americanized names to fit into the society. So they dropped their identities, they dropped their native names, and took on Americanized names. And there's instances where some of these colonizers, when they were taking over these farms, when they were doing their raids in the middle of the night, our ancestors sleep, they'll come in and raid them. Well, have y'all ever seen pictures of massive hangings where you see like whole families hanging from a tree? That's what happened. They went in, took all their whole family, hung them, and took their land, took their name. Now their name is whatever name they had, and they took over that land that they had. Now everything that was written for them is not theirs. This is their method. This is what they've been doing. I mean, this is all, and I'm not just speaking. This is stuff that they wrote. This is documented. One thing about them, they are meticulous about their history and their deeds. They bolster about it. They so basically bragging about all the stuff that they did. They write it down. They detail, very descriptive. So when it comes down to second guessing or fact checking, they the ones who wrote it. I'm like, if you mean to tell me I'm not gonna believe the colonizers came over here and basically wrote down everything that they did, and now here it is, two centuries later, we coming into the knowledge. We in the age of awareness, so now we are understanding a lot of what has been concealed. So everything is starting to come out. So now you're seeing like, wait a minute, okay. So now, like not too long ago, my pops was like, hey, I was on online and I was Googling stuff and I found some people with our last name in Texas. And I'm like, wow, you know what I'm saying? So it's like now they were melanated people. So I was telling my pops, they might be friends, they might be cousins or something, they might be kin to us. But then I see white folks, with my same last name, and they hit me up on Facebook and say, oh, well, you know what? We might be related. I'm like, no, I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? I think that your ancestors possibly came over here and took their name. Or some of them came over here with those names because they got the people in Europe before they came here. So that's why a lot of them came over with European names, because they had already, centuries before this, before they came to Americans, their ancestors already usurped Europe. They took those identities, all those royal crests. That's why when you look at all of the nobility in Europe, all of the crests, the royal crest, and the crowns, all of that stuff is melanated people to this day. So that lets you know, oh, they came in and took their name. They didn't even have the enough smarts to go ahead and change everything. They can't whitewash everything because there's too much of images of our ancestors or people that look like us there. So they basically tried to whitewash what they could and change the narrative to fit what they were trying to basically put out, their history, their version of history. So we got to be cognizant of that and take all that into account as well.
Hey, that's a fact, bro. You just made me think about something, man. Like, tracing these people like Washington and these names, right? You find out that they didn't bring Washington here. They didn't bring Jackson here. They didn't bring Jefferson here. So these is names that they acquired when they came here. So we gotta really look into this, man. They're whitewashing your mind, man. And what they say, them crackers up there bleaching your dome, that's some real shit. That's some real shit, man.
Right. And then they have us believe, oh, y'all took the slave master's name. No, we didn't. They came over here and basically raped, pillaged, and slaughtered people, took their names and their identities. That's what they're doing. I mean,
hey, but let me ask you a question though. Do you what I'm starting to really feel like it didn't happen until like the 1900s though. Can somebody give me an amen? Because the 1500s, they were a minority even more now. 1600s, of course. 1700s still. Go ahead,
let me touch on that right quick, Chief. If you look at the history of the European immigration, they start from like 1880 up to about 1920. Around 90 million of them came during this period. This is when all of them came. So when you're looking at your typical white person walking down the street, they ain't been in this country. Some of them ain't been here for a century or so, or a little longer.
No.
That's the real facts.
Okay, so what? How are they doing all this conquering if they wasn't here?
Because they wasn't united.
Talk to me.
Look, from my perspective, listen. Let me explain that one. Right. Listen. Look. All right. You got Europeans that came into Massachusetts. Right now, you ask yourself, well, how was enslaving the people there in the 1600s? Because they wasn't united with every tribe wasn't united. They used other tribes to sell them out. They manipulated other tribes. Now this might have happened. But this back then. Yeah, but look, that might have been going on in Massachusetts and probably in New York. New York Indians was free at that time until they spread it down. They took the whole southeast coast. So you see how the numbers of the Europeans is going up as okay. So what you're saying is that these wars that we're talking about, the French and Negro War, the Spanish Negro War, and all these revolutionary wars, is just Negroes fighting against Negroes, right? With Spanish or British advisors is what we're saying, because they didn't send no models over here. So once again, I'm saying if they wasn't here, what are we talking about? Like this, like y'all understand what I'm saying? Like
can y'all feel what I'm saying? Can y'all feel me? They didn't have the resources to send armadas of soldiers here. That never happened, right? So how did they didn't pop up here?
That happened. Now Europe did send some fleets over here. That didn't happen.
It happened eventually, Chief. Eventually, when they formed the United States locked down the 13 states, man.
Okay, that's late 1700s, 1800s, right?
Yeah,
late
but from the
1800s.
beginning. But so now look, think about what I just said. If you got to look at it from state to state according to history. Now in Virginia, they came to Virginia, Massachusetts first, but I don't mean probably 10 miles from Virginia, them Indians wasn't free, or them Aborigines wasn't free. They got contact with the Europeans.
Right, but when you, I feel you on that, right? But that's coming from a British perspective, because the so-called Spanish perspective would be, well, the Soto M came up through Florida and they had, relationships, and the French had relationships before the British. So once again, it's like, you know what I mean? So I think we tend, because we're speaking English, that we tend to have a English perspective on history and on when these people was here, right? Because my people would have been dealing with the French and Spanish as opposed to dealing with the British,
right?
Into the 1800s, mid 1800s. You see what I'm saying? So now it's a different conversation.
No. I can't let you get that off. That's only in Louisiana and Florida and the coastal region. That's not the Florida. The Spanish did not come all the way up to New Jersey, Delaware, and New York. And you don't find no evidence of the Spanish. You find evidence in certain places like Carolina. We did read. Remember when?
No, I'm saying there was different experiences across the country, right? But I'm saying sometimes we might see it from a Virginian's perspective, right? You see what I'm saying? Oh, this happened, and so that means it happened all across the country.
Nah, we can't. We're not going to say it, but that's what I'm trying to say. It happened in particular areas, man. That's what I'm saying. Because remember, these niggas was living in tents, man. They wasn't living in no fucking land. When you look at Washington, the man in a tent. When you look at the video of him with the Moors, they living in fucking tents, bro. Until later on, when the Europeans first came in, they wasn't living. They was living in damn tents, man. And until they did get some dominance over here or whatever, to be able to get some type of riches. Because like you said, the riches is in the land. And they said, like I said, George Washington was going according to them. Because I got some inconsistencies with Washington, which I already know. No white person has that last name to this day. They said his wife owned slaves and his wife released all. Look, they weren't fine. They said his wife owned slaves, Chief, and they said after his wife died, she released them all. I'm thinking his wife was black, right? I'm thinking his wife had to be black. If it happened.
How about that?
Huh? We'll say that again.
I mean, in my book, man, all of them was, man. Even George Washington, was black. You know what I'm saying? The mulatto at best, and all the stuff that they're contributing, and they're creating a story that didn't happen. Go ahead, brother. What'd you say?
Abraham Lincoln, his mama was mulatto.
Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? I ain't saying Lincoln. That's 100 years later. We talking about George Washington.
Oh well, yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, we talking about Old Hickory. You know what I mean? We talking about people that we know that these people will whitewash history in your face, no problem. And I tell people all the time, they do it to Jesus. What do you think they're doing to George Washington? Like, are you serious? Like, come on, yeah. Like, so we know that there's a plot. There's an actual plot. It's called eugenics, and it's to kill everybody, right? So if you're a part of, you either got to check your what you believe in and what you're pushing, right? If it's aligned with Black Lives Matter and all other things that are against us, right? The eugenic societies, right? Then you have to question whether or not you know what I'm saying, you're being a help or you're hurting the people, man. That's just it. I don't care what nobody say. And then people get stuck on words. Black, African, y'all just getting stuck on words. What about the things? What's happening is the whitewashing and murdering you throughout history with a pen and everything. Why that's not talked about? Why these people that have these major platforms like Yvette Carnell, like Tariq and them or whatever, to say, oh, you guys are psychologists. You guys have degrees from Ivy League fucking schools. You didn't catch on yet, motherfucker? Really?
Them niggas they agents by default too, bro. Like, Dr. Randy Short, he was basically talking that he went to school with Yvette Carnell, and he was saying how she was on the pro women or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, we know these people. They do not buy anything, and anytime you tell one of these people something, they be like, "Well, why does it matter?" Don't you think that it would matter if I was a fucking American 10 times more than it would matter if I was born here on African?
Yeah, man.
It matters socially. It just matters just politically. It matters in every way that counts, bro. Like you can look at any old white motherfucker, anything, and be like, "Yo, you just got here, homie. I've been here." I love action, but I don't give a fuck. Whenever they get in my business, when they hear me talking to somebody, when they get in our business, get to ask a question, first question I ask them is, "Where are you from?" They be like, "Oh no, I'm from Kansas." No. What? Like, where you really from? They be like, "Oh yeah, I'm from Germany, and I got some Scottish and some Welsh, and then I'm good." That shuts their ass down. They leave. It's America, Jack.
That's how you gotta be. I'm saying that sometimes you gotta be like that, man. You have to be like that for real, because you get them with the frown. See, they feel they got entitlement because, like you said, they don't have no resources in that motherfucking land they got. So land and secure all the world resources. They what they did was they secured all the world resources so they can have it and they control it and it's back to you. They make you fucking produce resources in your own territory. They give you what's called money, and then you take and then they take the what's goods and they give you a credit to buy some bullshit. You understand what I'm saying? And like I said, most of the time, most of the things, the most important thing is nutrition, food, fire, water, and shelter. And then, you know what I'm saying, then came fucking a table and all this other stuff that we use. But like I said, for the most part, they got all the resources. That's what this whole everything is about. Everything is a fight for a resource. Everything is a resource. I don't give a fuck. Before they knew what Irish moss did or sea moss did, they thought sea moss was just some fucking plant. Now they know what it did. They want to manufacture that. And what they do was they basically over manufacture shit to where it's not enough to provide for everybody. So now you got to do import, export. You got to go ahead and take, and pretty much that's what they're doing. They took the farm system from you so they can create a system of like a Whole Food. You know how they got rid of all the moms and pop stores and shit like that, and now they got places like the Walmarts and the Targets and all that. That's what they did to the farmers. They made mass production now. They don't no longer need a farmer who producing one thing. In fact, they pay the farmers to not produce certain things.
Yeah.
People don't know that. The farmers get paid for not working.
Yep.
They get paid for not working, right? They get paid a lot of money if they got a farm for not working, for not creating. They got a contract with the government, with the U.S. Agriculture Department of Agriculture or whatever, and the U.S. Agriculture is the one. They the main group. All of them other shits like the CDC and all of them, they're all subdivisions of the U.S. Agriculture. That's why they always put just like they put in front one of these motherfucking mongoloids as one of these Europeans as the chief of these, so you don't get into it. That's the same reason. And even like you said, even if you ever think they ain't never, and I don't care about no presidency. I don't think that no Negro can do anything. Whether he gonna get, unless he really the spook that sat by the door. If he was able to go all the way through all the shit that these Europeans do to become president and then flip on them or whatever, that'll be a story to be told. But I don't see that ever happening, because for you to just be in the politics alone with all the greasy, you think, they make you feel bad for being a drug dealer. The shit you did as a drug dealer, a politician should go to jail for life. For the shit they responsible for. They're responsible for lives, drugs. They make decisions where other people is at harm or whatever. And like I said, and it could be a real risky situation where people actually get hurt, where something in Detroit with the water situation, or if it happens if it's something else that happened where lives is at risk, they always have point one motherfucker out and he become the patsy, and then the shit just go away. And that's what they try to do with everything, man. Like I said, we gotta realize, like, look, man, like, what do you think? What do it tell you? What is the mission statement that you learned from studying American history? That here they wanted land and riches. They wanted what? So why all Europeans here? Because they want land and riches. So who was on the land? The indigenous people was on the land. So what happened? They eventually took the land, displaced the what's the name, where we became refugees. When we start hearing about words about refugees, that means being discattered from their own land. That don't mean somebody being bought from other land. I mean you destroyed their area. Now they need destroyed their home, or you destroy the area where they reside at. You understand what I'm saying? And that's why they call people. You understand? That's what a refugee is. So when you see the Freeman, say the Freeman Bureau was created for freemen, it says freemen, it says and abandoned lands. What are abandoned lands? Oh, the Europeans come in chasing the Indians off their land. You know what I'm saying? Like what you mean abandoned land? Land. Oh, because somebody terrorizing them. Why would the same way the Great Migration, where you have blacks leaving the South because of the KKK, but why the KKK? Listen, all of this shit makes sense now. The Cherokee was holding black Cherokee slaves, and they went to a civil war as a result of that. After the Civil War, they lost. They made a motherfucking treaty with the so-called freemen to give them certain things or whatever. Held their end of the bargain. But then when Andrew Johnson came in, he took the shit back from them with the threat of war. He went against the fucking treaty. He went against the treaty that they had. And he went and just took the lands back from the people, all the lands that Lincoln had gave them. You understand what I'm saying? So, like I said, I mean, it's common sense to what happened, whatever, if you really allow someone to give you a proper explanation, because none of this history, they lie to you about everything. Everything is a freaking lie. Everything is a freaking lie. I'm not going to say every entire thing that you can believe, but I'm going to tell you 90% of the shit that they give us is a fucking lie, bro. And everything, from everything, all of these, the shit you see on TV is a fucking lie. Everything from the news, or every story has its own level of deception to it. Every story, there's some level of deception or confusion, which makes it not authentic or makes it not organic. It makes it false and faulty. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what even the story. So when you get down to it and you find out that you done went to school and you gotta come on YouTube and learn something from a brother who stutter or when he read and shit, you know what I'm saying, who curse, who like I said, I could turn on the educational voice. I don't want to. That's not who I am. I'm the person that's talking now. You know, of course, when I have to be around some of these Europeans, of course, I'm not going to cuss as much but I'm still going to talk the way I talk. You know what I'm saying? I'm not hiding that because they choose to do it. They adapt your culture. You see white boys that have that shit backwards. You come with a suit on. Everybody, you thought everybody else was going to dress with a suit and shit. The white boys got motherfucking sweaters on and fitted hats, and you the only nigga with a fucking 3-piece suit on. You got to dress extra important. Oh shit! Like look at him. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? Everybody, he got a polo on with some shorts and some fucking boat shoes on. And you got a motherfucking fool and your mother made you wear a suit. You better go around on white people. Like, come on, when is shit gonna stop, man? When is it gonna stop? When is the tap dancing and bootlegging? Because it's all for resources. They done took our resources, fucking squeezed the shit until we gotta get dropped. They squeezing, you know what I'm saying? We getting the drips and shit, and we gotta split the drips among other people. You know what I'm saying? And then among the other people, you gotta split the trips with. You know, you got people in the back like, man, fuck, we could take that from them. So, you know, it just creates a system of disconfused, a system to where, you know, this big fish eat little fish, into where we now. Everything is about resources. Everything is a motherfucking resource, bro. Water, food, tissue, everything. Everything is a resource. Everything that could be marketed, everything that's could be economic. I'm gonna say everything is a resource, but we talking about major resources such as the water and food. You understand what I'm saying? You go a week, you gotta have a fur jacket on, bro. You gotta have a fur jacket on, motherfucking gold chain, whatever sneaker or boot or shoe of your choice, or whatever belt, if you decide to wear one of them fancy belts, you have all that shit on. If you don't eat for 10 days, I come in there with a motherfucking Capri Sun, a bologna and cheese sandwich, nigga, and be like, yo, let me get that chain for this. I bet you give it to me. I bet you give it to me. I bet after 2 days of not drinking, no, you're gonna give me that fur, that gold chain, them sneakers and everything. Yeah, you got people who fast, but they don't fast like that. Yeah, Muslims, they do it intermittent, what we call in the nutrition world an intermittent fast, where you fast for 18 hours. I do that every day. I drink water, of course, or I drink something, you know what I'm saying? But basically, intermittent fast is not introducing any solid food. So you trust and believe that. So everything is about the resources. Sure, they're gonna give you this if they gonna get your ass to farm and mine some shit, and that's what they're doing. Since you already own the plant, since you already got the cotton plantation, how about you give me half of the cotton, and we'll protect you, or some shit like that, where they extorting you, and that's what was going on. That's what I'm saying. Ain't no blacks own no slaves that had no control of no European. They was all puppets too. If they own slaves, was it like I said, was they win the army? Because most of them went on the side to fight for them, and the Europeans gave them money to do that. That's all it's for. That's all it's for. You know what I'm saying? The European hired you and gave you money to do that. So, like I said, man, at the end of the day, man, we know what happened. You know what I'm saying? You know, people could sit back and they can keep playing with the history we know what happened. We know your history is a lie. We know that you created all these false narratives to confuse us and have us arguing and fighting amongst one another or whatever. But, you know, the days of confusion is slowly trickling down because people starting to really at least say, well, look, man, you know, if you didn't teach us that there was Indian slaves and it was Indian slaves at this large number, then you lying about everything. So a slave is just not an African. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, that could go in a whole nother different conversation according to whoever's your president at that time, because you'll get Native Americans like, well, they owe us reparations too, or, you know, which they're already getting it. So that could go in a whole nother direction. They take on the identity of the Indian slaves too. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, like they'll find some way to do that and be a white man. Like that was my family. Like, come on, man. You automatically disqualify if you came here. If you came here and I don't care if you could be the nicest motherfucker on the planet, but if you came here, your family came here and they benefited from this fucking land, and they had something to do, because like I said, it's all about survival. It's all about survival. They came here for wealth, land, and the riches. That's it. So it's all about survival. So people who came here, you know what I'm saying, they came here for a purpose. They came here basically to get theirs. That's it. Everything else, then that's the truth of the matter. And like I said, I ain't got no problem with anyone. But like I said, you know, this the reason why they don't want this fucking information getting out, or they don't want this shit in any type of real education sense. Because one, it's going to make them have some type of accountability for what's done once the original truth is out. You can't fabricate the truth, because now you got other people who have resources that can provide you a different narrative. You know what I'm saying? Just like the column said, it can change the way you think, to believe that if they found the Negro skull in Brazil, that it had to be Negroes there when the Portuguese got there. You know, they want you to believe that, oh, no, all these places where it was black people, it was pictures there, and then they would even go so far to say, yeah, it was black people. But when they come to the slave trade, 200 million people, I done heard people tell me, man, I asked them, I'm like, well, how many slaves came to North America according to database? Because we don't know, that may not be right and exact. It could be under or over what slave.org has up there. But for the most part, ask somebody that and watch they give you some astronomical number, y'all. The motherfucker, like 50 million people came here, but only 4 million people survived. You know what I'm saying? This is what people tell you. You know, so
Facts. Yeah, man. So, man, it's just so much interesting stuff, man. You know, when you do the research on this, man. So much rich heritage things that they're covering up, man, and that's a part of genocide, yo. Like, you know what I'm saying? These things need to be addressed at the UN and in all these different places. Like, at least the world need to know. You know what I mean? Because I really don't like put too much weight in none of that. But at the end of the day, you know, that's what you got these organizations like FANA and all these other, you smart niggas. You know what I mean? You feel me? Some of us renegades don't care about that, but you know, like we support niggas that, you know, you need to take this information to them. And the Department of Interior knows, like they know you about your family, your particular family. You can call the Department of Interior and ask them who you are. And they say, yeah, well, thank you for calling, letting us know that you know who you are. It's called the Department of Interior. Don't listen to what nobody else is telling you. Call the government, let them know who you are. It's documented in your own family. That's it. There's nothing else to talk about. People be like, all this extra shit. You got to go find some people back in Jesus time and shit. Nah, man. Nah, you ain't got to do all that. Niggas be extra. Like, you need another motherfucker to tell you who you are. You know who you are. That's knowing who you are is a part of it. And you don't need to be in no tribe to be a part of the indigenous people of this land, man. You know, follow me. Straight up, we the people. Man, we all y'all the people.
We the people
of this land. The people. The land, nigga. We the land, nigga. How about that? The land. You standing on, that's us. Show respect.
You gotta go back to Jesus days and shit and find and you gotta go back to Jesus days to find out something, because like I said, they were not even calling people Indians like that. You know what I'm saying? That term came along later on, man. They weren't calling people Indian. So I don't know how people be digging up information stating that it says Indian on it, because all that shit don't say Indian. That shit became later on. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people were saying that they was, like my grandmother didn't say she was an Indian. She said she was Cherokee. She said she was a particular tribe. She didn't say she was, I'm an Indian. I'm an Indian. She said I'm Cherokee. And my grandfather said Cherokee and Creek. So he said I'm part of the tribe. Like, he ain't never put emphasis on it that he's an Indian. Like, yo, I'm Indian. They ain't never put no emphasis on it. That's all words and shit that's been exaggerated to the point to where, you know what I'm saying, like right now to this day, where we, like, even when we talk about Africa, we already destroyed the word Africa and showed people exactly what that is applied to and what's going on with that. But, you know, even the word America, people still think is made by Van Spucci, which is not. We already put an end to that along with other people or whatever. But for the most part, no one ever said that these are these terms that they use and that you are that. And that's simple. And that's as basic as you can put it, man.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Facts, bro. Super facts. Hey, so I got a question for y'all brothers, man. You know, do you guys think mounds predate, are mounds or pyramids older? Which one's older, mounds or pyramids?
I don't know. I think the mounds was first, and the pyramids is a reconstruction of the mounds, or it could be a volcano. You trying to make a volcano type structure. I don't know, but I assume that the mounds was built first, Like, cause it don't take nothing to really build mounds.
But piling dirt.
But I've heard some
Well, I
people
mean,
like
you have to just with logic. We'll put it like this right here. If the dirt is old, right? You know, the earth, you know, it's old. You know what I'm saying, or whatever, right? And before you have metallurgy to be able to dig with tools, you would use what you had to your disposal to create mounds. So that would be absolutely right. Mounds will predate them. And in America, right, we started to the pyramid technology came after, and they built on top of. Check. On top of the mounds. Check. And then another generation will come and build on top of those mounds. And all of those generations was Negroes.
Right. You're right.
Period.
Right.
Do y'all understand? Like, we have been doing this a long time, fam. A long, long time. They show you what, like, we're going to be doing shows where we're going to show you the quarries where they brought the stones to build on top of the mounds, to build the pyramids. So we got both kind, on top of mounds and freestanding, right? And then cities be like, oh, these are more advanced in Africa, right? You're right. And the Luxor is more advanced also than those in Giza, right? But guess what? The Luxor was built in the 2000s or some dumb shit. Y'all follow me? Y'all understand what I'm saying? Y'all see the dumbness here? Like we're dealing with short bus shorties, and that's why we put y'all on the short bus, because I can't debate you. I can debate these guys on the panel right here about little information, and but we can't debate you guys. This information that you talk about is older than 8-tracks, nigga. This shit is old, played out, tired. Well, and nobody wants to listen to it. And they act like, oh, fuck with monkey shit, but you believe in the Out of Africa theory or hypothesis. It goes with the monkey shit, nigga. Right. It goes with eugenics, period. So when Pharaoh made that show about going in on evolution, and he doesn't understand it goes with the Out of Africa hypotheses and eugenics is all to get same stuff, bro. It's the same agenda, fam. If you have to know this. If you don't understand that these guys work for the opposition, if you don't understand that right now, man, you are not woke.
Right.
You are asleep as fuck, or you're an agent. You either still sleep or you're an agent. There's no in between right now, because like right now you have to know what's going on right now. And if you want to do anything with Africa, Africans on the continent, they deal with people who know who they are. That's where our power comes from, by getting power in America, right? Check this out. We can get power in America. Can y'all imagine that? I can imagine that. I can imagine power in America, right? What does that look like? Hey, I would ask a question for y'all. What does power look like to y'all in America? Like, after all this talking, all these videos, Children of Corn, 110, like, you follow me, everything that you do, right? Everything we do. After everything we do, right? What's the end result? What y'all see?
Rebuilding a nation is what I see. And that starts with getting you the land and the resources to do it. I don't need no money. If I had land, I would, basically, that's really what everything starts from, is the acquired land. If you get your land back, then you see how our ancestors were living before they came over here. They just basically just took what they learned from them and adapted it and just flipped the script, and now they resold it to us. But this is something that they got from our ancestors. So that tells you right there that it's the land that starts everything. Because on the land you can build, you can grow, you can live, you can thrive. So I'm all about nation rebuilding and acquiring our land back. That's how you start. Because if you don't have land, you don't have you don't have a base. You don't have a foundation. We can come up with all kind of organizations. Oh, we this or we that, or you ain't got, and none of these organizations own nobody's land. None of them.
Nah, bro. It's like, no. What does power look like? It's you won. It's over. You got everything. What does that look like to you?
See, that's what I'm saying. Now we get our land back. Now we in control. Now we the landlords. Now the tables have turned. Now you renting from me. Now you leasing that building and your business. You leasing that on my property. Now you paying me. Now we getting residual. Now we getting money that we can do like they've been doing for centuries. Now we got money put up for our great grandkids because we own our land back. And now you want to be on my land? Well, here's all the terms. You have to pay me this rent. You have to pay me this lease. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm not selling nothing. You can lend it, you can rent it, or you can lease it. I ain't selling nothing. That's how it starts. Because that's what the mistake actually started when we were giving them an inch, they took a foot. They didn't want to satisfy by the foot, so they wanted a yard. Yard wasn't good enough, so they took a mile. That's exactly what happened. So we go looking at, from our mistakes of our ancestors and not repeating them again. And so power will be for us to be restored into our original state. That's what power will be. And to acknowledge that you are a foreigner. You are a European American. You're not an American. You're a European. Now, you're not even a European. You are a Siberian American or Caucasus American or Ukrainian American, Yugoslavian or Czechoslovakian, Yugoslavian American. Whatever you come from, that's what you should be. We should be designated to that term because that's, well, like you said earlier, that's the definition that's in the dictionary, Webster Dictionary, 1828. So we're going to go by that based on those principles. Basically, strength is the numbers, like I always say. So, like right now, we sit on this panel. We got almost 200 people in the chat. This is a puddle. We just making a puddle right now, splash. Not even really a splash. But if the numbers grow, if the message resonates, if the truth gets out, and and we all start waking up, and now we can, basically start organizing and coming up with strategies, that will increase our ability to basically provide for ourselves, because we don't want nothing from nobody. We never wanted nothing from nobody. They came up with us from the get-go.
We can't keep using these same old ancient solutions to deal with new problems that we're dealing with in the new age. Right. So ultimately, we're going to have to come up with a strategy and a plan for us to move forward with. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So that's what I see as power. It's a process. First thing is we have to get recognized for who we are. Second thing is, now it's going to have to be something. I don't want reparations. I want my land back. I don't want no money. I want my land back. That's what I want. Because I know whatever you give me a reparation, I can flip that 10 times if I have my land. So that's where it all starts from. And they know this. That's why they come over here and they hoarding the land. Now, what we don't know is that now with all of the debt that the U.S. has, a lot of this land is now basically been held in a trust. There's over 7 million acres of land that's held in the trust by the UN. The UN is holding it because they're basically, that's where the whole rights for indigenous people and all that stuff coming out. Because they wanted people to go ahead and acknowledge who they are, because they know these Europeans don't own this land. They know that it was taken by conquest. They understand that this is history. This is well documented. There's nothing that they can deny. It's irrefutable, undeniable. So these people that are, of course, like you said earlier, Chief, that dealing with them, it's kind of like a crapshoot. But what in doing so will be to put the word out to the world. Oh, they know who they are now. Oh, they got all these people over here. These Negroes over there in America say they the Indians. They know who they are. They woke up because there's so many people across the world that's looking at us like, what the hell? Y'all stupid idiots. Y'all the people of the land. Wake up. You ain't from Africa. I got 3 African friends born and raised in Africa. Came over here, and one is came over here and starting a business. A couple other of my colleagues, they over here went to school. And so I'm having a discussion with them one day, and I'm asking all this. I just throw out the question, where y'all think I came from in Africa? What country would I be? Who I look like I come from? And they all just bust out laughing. Said, you not African. You not African. And I'm like, huh? I'm looking at you. They're like, no. You not African. You American. You American. So I'm like, oh. So if people born and raised on that continent telling me that I ain't one of them, then who the fuck is you telling me who you think I am? What is that? That's what pisses me off. When you just got here less than 200 years ago, most of you, from 1880 to 1920, 90% of you guys got here. 90% of your ancestors. So which makes you, now when they used to say, oh, I'm a first, second, third, fourth generation native. You see what I'm saying? That's where all that stuff come from. If everybody's seen Kings of New York, you know what I'm talking about. But they were talking about they had just had sway of the land because their ancestors came and they were the natives. Native, you know, say it was something that was thrown around then by white folks. I'm a first, second, third generation native. Well, they know that they're not from here. UN knows it. The world knows it. We're the only ones that, you know, well, majority of us that still sleep and slumber.
Facts.
We don't.
Hey, you know what's crazy, right? Yo, you know what's crazy, man? Just made me think about something, right? I haven't seen the movie Aquaman yet, but the dude that's actually mixed is the star of Aquaman, right? Well, he plays in this show called Frontier, right? Okay, in Frontier, he's obviously playing a so-called Native American in this time period during the Revolutionary War. Now, remember, I asked y'all about Native Americans in the Revolutionary War. I asked y'all about Native American Revolutionary War. Well, he's not a Native American in Revolutionary War time. He's on colonial time, right? It's before the Revolutionary War. He's a half-breed. Check.
Okay.
Y'all see where it's going? So, mother raped by British soldiers, whatever, you know, created him. So his mother's Aborigine, black, and he's mixed, right? He's a half-breed, right? So in the Aquaman thing, right, I seen just a little clip, right? And they called him a half-breed, and I was like, oh, this is interesting. And at the end, his mother, who is, what's her name? Michelle Pfeiffer or the other, whoever, right? It's his mother, right? She runs up to on the pier to run up to his dad, who's a Native American, y'all. This shit can't write itself, man. Like, they put it in your face. So I said, wait a minute, he's a half-breed, come from another half-breed, right? Like, think about that, y'all. This don't make sense, y'all, and how they do it, how they put it in your face, but then they don't, like, it's laughable. The people that are against this, you're an agent. First and foremost, let's be clear, right? You don't have any information, you don't have any evidence, you have anything, and you pushing their agenda, right? It's nothing. It's clear who you are, right? And you're supposed to be scholars. So then, what we present, it's never been debunked ever. They don't even make fucking videos about the information. They only make dumb shit. They don't even make videos about the information that Medicine Man, Autochthonist One, Aboriginal Power, myself, or Dane Callaway, anybody else puts out. Put information out, man.
Thank you.
Put information out. It's too much fucking information now at this point. Like, we shouldn't even have. There's no more information that you need to put out. Like, what more we need to put out?
You see, check this out, T. On that term native, this is why they get, like you just said, they just throw stuff out. We don't catch it because we've been so indoctrinated. That term native means denizen. Denizen means an English subject. So that's what a native is. A native is an English subject. That's in Black's law. So when you understand what a native is, I had an argument with a Native American. I was telling you, I'm like, why would you call yourself native? Native is a denizen. They didn't know what a denizen was. I said that's an English subject. Look at Black law. Black law dictionary, it perfectly defines it. I'm like, you can look it up yourself. So he went and looked it up. He's like, wow, I never knew that. But these are the things that they put out in our face, and we don't catch it. You know, majority of us don't catch it because we're so indoctrinated. We're so programmed to believe what we've been taught and told, and don't go that extra to research for ourselves. That's what my journey started. The day I came home from school, my grandmother, you know, basically, what I told the story before. My cousin was being teased. She's a chocolate. My cousin very chocolate, beautiful chocolate complexion. And like Lapita, she's the same complexion as Lapita, but my cousin got long hair. But she's the same complexion as Lapita. But we come home from school, and they used to tease her, call her top Aryan African and stuff. We come in the house, and my grandma was asking, "Why are you stretching your face, girl?" And she didn't want to say anything, and I was telling her, like, well, they were teasing her, calling her names, and they called me an African. My grandmama lost it. She said, "You loose here. The devil is a lie. My mama full-blooded Cherokee." So that started my journey right there, ladies and gentlemen. When my grandmama told me that, I started looking into it. And I started researching. And that basically started this whole journey. And I wanted to know, well, okay, well, we just didn't suddenly appear. We have to be here from antiquity. We have to be here always then. We're African. So that's when I started researching the antiquities of the Americas and found out that there are civilizations in the Americas that predates your Africa. Anything that you can bring up in Africa predates it. Show me a civilization in Africa 10,000 years ago. Like you said earlier, A1, show me one. I can show you several in Americas. So this is where we got to draw the line at. If you ain't got no proof, if you ain't got no documentation, no records, no archaeological finds, nothing of a civilization over there that was great in West Africa, at what period of time? We're not talking about the Benin Empire. That's recent. All that stuff is recent in the last few hundred years. I'm talking about antiquity that predates pale skinned faces, that predates the white folks. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something that's past 6,000 years old because they didn't exist then, according to their scientists. This is what I'm talking about. So if you can't show me nothing that past that, then what's your argument? Because you're really just regurgitating their narrative because they have to write this up in history. This is why what you were saying earlier about the Egyptians not being Africans, that's why. Because they know that the Hyksos came over and ruled Africa for a span of time, and the Hyksos were basically their cousins from those Gog Magog Alamani tribes. So when you understand the histories of it, now they want to associate and attach themselves to that. This is why they call it the Middle East now instead of Asia Minor.
Facts.
So once we start digging into the history, you see that there are civilizations in Americas that are older. Look, they still finding pyramids hidden in the deep forest in the Amazon. They still finding pyramids. There's so many pyramids, they don't even know how many that we have. Now, they will have you to believe if you look up pyramids, the most pyramids is in Sudan in Africa. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're here in Americas. Because you got to count these mounds and all these pyramids.
Yeah, that's outdated information if you're reading that, because as of 2018, they found over 60,000 structures.
Thank you.
10,000 of those been pyramids.
Thank you.
And they're using LiDAR, and they also use LiDAR here in North America too. We're gonna do that story also. I did it before. I don't know, that show's going somewhere, where they're finding temples and pyramids and stuff, things that you think's a mountain or whatever. It's actually a pyramid. And also a lot of these courthouses and buildings and temples that you see here, whatever, they just took the stones off our pyramids, right? Like in St. Louis, and put them on the St. Louis Cathedral, for instance, right? And so you have to be careful, man. Like, these people are lying to you. This is not a long time when they did it, and we are the generation to restore truth, justice, peace.
Why you don't see in Australia?
You said what there?
Why you don't see
they got them though.
Pyramids in Australia? Is that what you said, AP?
Yeah, why don't you see pyramids in Australia?
Well, that could possibly be because if you look at it from what it really is, if this is the trivia to that. How can the people of the Americas be classified as Australoids and they built the pyramids, but there's no pyramids in Australia? Hello? That tells me one thing. Look, this is what it tells me. What it tells me is,
I don't know.
Look, this is what it tells me. According to the ancient mystic masonry, where it says Swinburne, when he speaks of the Americas being first from the deluge, from the Great Flood, first to have dry land, and it reached from the Americas to Nova Scotia to the Far East rather, which will be the Asia. So if we understand that these were the landmasses, and it had no mention of Africa, by the way. So we understand that these were the landmasses mentioned. Then you got to understand then that it was a concentration of people on the dry land at that time. So Americas was the dry land up from America to Canada to the Far East rather, which will be the Asia. So these were the only lands that were above water. They said that at this time, England was just a string of islands. Europe, just a string of islands. So if we understand this, then where will all the people that is living be at this time? they'll be on the dry land, wouldn't they? So then that means then, okay, if they're on the dry land, oh, well, wait a minute, this is where the oldest pyramids and the largest pyramids in the world and everything is right here in America. And it's way older than what they have you believe. So then now you got to understand that, like in my last video, I was explaining about the Pacific Ocean, how that was the preferred route, but they don't ever tell us that. They want us to concentrate on the transatlantic slave trade or the Atlantic because of that. But no, they were coming on the Pacific eons before all that happened. So when you understand that it's natural currents, trade winds through the Pacific that blows from the South America, Central America, all the way to the Pacific Islands in Australia, then around Australia, up under New Zealand, it's trade winds that blow right back to South America. So you can actually get on a sailboat and float.
Right. You know what's crazy though? When they're talking about, and this is interesting, right? Y'all got to catch them. When they're talking about the transatlantic so-called slave trade.
Right.
Right. They're
breaking up, Chief.
Telling you from a perspective that Africa was well, y'all. Like, I'm sorry. If you're a good slave, that's fine. But what you should do is do research.
Right. I urge everybody
on slavery.
I urge everybody to.
Before you call yourself a slave. Pray.
I urge everybody.
It's just that simple, bro. Like they're playing with words.
Yeah, there's a lot of wordplay.
Somebody, you a slave. I don't know. Oh, you black. I even ask people of color this, right?
Right.
Fix your mic, Chief. It keep going out, bro. Mic check.
I can't. Okay, well,
mic check.
Black people, slave. No, they were in desert service. Mic check. Was to produce a law that made all of us slaves. You guys are great researchers. Have you guys found that law that made all of us slaves, brothers?
No.
Can Garfield, can Sinetta, can anybody make all of us slaves with any paperwork? I got to find a law that made all of us slaves. I'll wait.
I haven't come across it. So if this exists, I mean, I ain't seen it. But I see somebody in the chat have mentioned something about who was that? That's my sister. She had mentioned what was it? Rochelle Watson. What's up, sister? She had mentioned about the Aborigines from South America, probably people in Australia. Yes, that's what I believe. Because if you see, like just what you just said, AP, why there's no pyramids in Australia? Well, why are there pyramids in Americas, but they call them the people in Americas Australoid? Hello. That means then that what that tells me is that the people from the Americas peopled Australia and the Pacific Islands. And some of them came from Asia, which was China, when they were flushed out with the Huns and then followed by the Mongol Tartar invasions. They flushed a lot of the original melanated, dark, swarthy, look like us Negroes. They flushed them out of Asia into South Asia, into the Pacific Islands. Now you understand why when you look at Melanesia, Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, Australia, all of these, islands over there, Fiji, New Zealand. When you look at the people of those lands, they look just like we look.
Facts.
Papua New Guinea, they look just like us.
Facts.
So how did that happen? It was an exchange of people. So if you got the same phenotypes here in America, then you got those phenotypes over in the Pacific Island, and then there are natural current trade winds that blows from the Pacific to the Americas and from the Americas to the Pacific. It's common sense from that point to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, which came first, the chicken or the egg? We got people in the Americas, and then we got people that they basically dating thousands of years old. They call them Australoids, but then you go to Australia, there's no pyramids. What that tell you?
Well, here's the thing about the whole Australoid thing, right? And it's just super simple, right? Well, even when they created that, it's probably like the late 1800s. Some white people came around and started classifying like different races of people to kind of put themselves in the conversation, right? But guess what? Caucasians, Australoids, Negroes, and whatever kind of oils that you think you can come up with did not exist at the same time. So now you start confusing people and says, oh, China, well, 2,000 years ago, Chinese people were black. God damn. Like this shit right here, man. Y'all, you know what, man? This is why I be having problems with people. Because they believe the movies. You believe stories. The Greeks were black. Like Achilles and it was not Brad Pitt. Like, okay. God damn, this is Africa. This is not Spain. It's 9 fucking miles from Africa. Did you think that they just came there at 7-Eleven? Like, really? Like, come on, man. Like, this shit is too slow for me. And for people to say the shit that they say, they don't go with the archaeology. They don't go with the craniology. They don't go with no ologies. They just go with dumb shit. You go with the fucking Melvin Hershevik. You don't go with facts. You go with Colander. You go with the African, which turned into roots. That's it.
Right.
You have the nerve. You got nerve. This nigga said the fucking slave narratives, bro. I almost threw the fuck up, fam. That's slave. Listen, bro, slave narrative is fiction, nigga. Fuck. I'm done, man. I'm never debating them you niggas again.
Look, let me empower my people by telling them this. 90% of the people, well, I'll go far as saying 95%, because let's get back earlier when we were talking about, when you asked Chief about how did they do their well, of course, you got to remember, these small pockets of small groups, these Quakers, these Dutch, these Pilgrims, all these people came over here with guns, disease, and dogs. So those are basically the recipes of their conquest. When they came over here to take the land. They came prepared to take the land. So if you got, say, maybe 20 or so of these people with guns and dogs, and then you got a whole tribe of 200, and they just popping you out, boom, boom, boom. Who gonna win that battle? The arrows, the spears, or the guns and the dogs? So that's what we gotta understand. It's accounts that when they came out and they started blasting on them, a lot of them submitted. A lot of them didn't want to die. They thought they were looking at other people getting their head blown off. They like, oh, what is this? This is monsters and all this. So they submitted. So we got to understand how that played a major part in everything. And then, like a woman was saying earlier, they started giving guns to some of the tribes to battle other tribes. Okay, so now we done took over your tribe. We got your area now. We got your land. We want to go ahead and use you now. So we're going to go ahead and give you guns. We want y'all to be our bounty hunters. We need some more slaves. So go down here and get those tribes that y'all been beefing with. Here, y'all got the ammunition. Go get them now. That's what was going on. So they started having some of our ancestors working against us for their cause. It was a greed factor because it's all about what I can get out of it. So they went ahead and they basically conquered, some of these tribes, like a lot of them in the 13 colonial state regions. A lot of that was where a lot of this took place. So now you got these I don't even call them European. I'm like Lex Will. They ain't even European because they don't usurp that. You got these Mongols, Tartars, Scythians, barbarians, Zanthroid people coming over here. And their sole intention, because they remember, y'all, this is what y'all got to understand. The Black Plague was going on. They trying to get away from all that. They got people floating around in their rivers. They drinking out the same water people died in. They done pissed and shit in the water. They drinking this. So they came over here for a better life. Get away from all that. They came over here and seen all this green, all these trees, all all the resources of America had, and they didn't want to live.
Facts. Super fast.
So they scared to keep it. That's what basically when they were talking about the American Revolution against the British, that's what that was about. They did not, because see, you got to understand, what was not told is when the 13 colonies was established, when King James first came over here, he came over here in 1603. King James himself came to America in 1603. And then 4 years later, they named it settlement Jamestown. Prior to that, in 1603, he came over. Then in 1606, he basically gave out those patents to the London Company and to what was the other one? It was the London Company and I forget the other one. But he gave out 2 patents, and those were for the land. Those were the territories for the 13 colonies. So once he gave out those patents, keep in mind, a lot of these people that he was sitting to see, King James was a brother. King James was very swarthy. A lot of people sitting over here initially was swarthy. He had some of those, what we call Xanthi Crow. Those were missionaries. Those are people that were coming to assist. When they got over here, they saw how well everything was. They wanted to stay. They didn't want to go back. That's what their whole revolt was over. It's like, okay, well, we ain't got to go ahead and be up under the crown. We claim this is our land. Well, what was in their way? The Moors, because the Moors was the one that brought them up here and helped them set it all up. The Moors was the same people with King James, black folks. So we got to understand what really went down. This is why in 1682 they passed that law, the Virginia law, slave law, saying all Indians, mulattoes, and Moors are Negroes. That's why. Because a lot of these Moors at this time was owning white slaves that was being set up. See, what they ain't telling us is in 1625, King James sent over 60,000 or so, probably more than that. These were Slavic white folks. These are peasants. A lot of them, they were sent to the West Indies. They sent to the colonial states. Some of them were sent down to the Caribbeans. And that's where the term redneck comes from, because when they was in the Caribbeans and they was out in the fields, they would get sunburned and their necks would turn red. That's where the whole redneck thing come from. This is from their history.
Yep.
So we got to understand all this, and start realizing that, okay, we dealing with people that just got here. They put on a front like they've been here and they done, no. Some of these people that you see walking around and call themselves white, they probably, well, I will say right now, we're in 2019, so you got some of them are second and third generation in America. Literally, second and third generations in America. Now, when I found out that the so-called white settlers is what the white people is what the book says, that it said in the year 1768, they didn't settle into Tennessee until 1768. And when they did settle, it was in the far east, right off of the Carolina. I mean, right, well, the Appalachian Mountains that divides the Carolinas from what is now Tennessee. So they came over the Appalachian Mountains, right there, probably a few miles away from the Appalachian Mountains, into what is now Tennessee territory, is where they first had their hostage settlement. This is not in the heart of Tennessee, because everything else was still Indian territory. So when I found that out, I'm like, wait a minute, let me count back my generations. Because that means then, like my grandma said, she said, well, if my great-grandma was full-blood Cherokee, they've been here for some thousands of years. So my folks was in the state, well, in the territory, what is now called Tennessee, before the white man came here. So how the hell you gonna tell me I'm a slave? This is what I tell them from now on. Anytime somebody bring it up, I said, my folks was here before your folks even got here. My folks was here before the first white settlement in the state of Tennessee. Before it even became a state, it was a territory. So if I can prove that I got generations here in this area, I'm like my grandfather, my maternal grandfather, they were Chickasaws. I found out that in 1818, the Chickasaws ceded their territory that became what is now Memphis. My grandfather been in Memphis from the day he was born. All his folks was from Memphis. I was fortunate to see my great-grandmother. She looked just like these Chickasaw pictures I'll be seeing. So once we understand what's really going on, and stop listening to what they say, because they don't know. They making up stuff. Anything they tell you is to benefit them. It ain't never to benefit us. So that's why I said the statement about we need to start basically amongst ourselves changing the narrative, correcting the narrative with the truth. Putting out the truth, true history, true events, true accounts. And they can like it or not, but it's the truth. That's real talk.
Super facts. So they always, yo.
Now go ahead.
So what do y'all think about ice and crossing? What do you think you guys think of a crossing myth? And I'm sorry, I kind of jumped the gun. What do you guys think of? the Bering Strait crossing in the Ice Age.
Let me tell you about this, bro. Let me tell you about this. I was born and raised in Chicago, Illinois. It was a blizzard in '79. It was 4 feet of snow on the ground. The wind chill factor was 86 degrees below zero. My father bet me $20 that I can walk from my house to the end of the block and back. I put on everybody's clothes, 4 or 5 coats, 3 or 4 pairs of pants, 4 or 5 shirts and sweaters. I greased my face up with Vaseline, put on all kind of scarves, hats, everything, 2 pairs of gloves, 3 or 4 pairs of socks in my Moon Man boots. And I walked down into the end of the block and back, and 86 degrees below zero wind chill factor in Chicago, Illinois, in 1979, in 4 feet of snow in the blizzard. Google it. The blizzard of '79, one of the worst blizzards ever. And so you mean to tell me that these people walk hundreds of thousands of miles in that? Impossible. Impossible. I've lived in those climates. Anybody that lived up north, anybody lived in Chicago, know what I'm talking about. So if we don't even want to come outside in the wintertime, how the hell you gonna tell me some people was walking from Siberia through a frozen Bering Strait into a frozen Alaska, and down into a frozen Canada, into a frozen North America? Because this is what they say it was by then. No, the Bering Strait is a myth. I uncovered that with the guy who created it. This was something that was that's conjured up in the 1800s. He came with he proposed the theory of a Bering Strait. That's where it all started from. A proposal of a theory. So when we speak of Bering Strait, we need to put theory behind it, because that's all it was. It never was a confirmation. It was a theory that he said, hey, well, suppose they came this way. So it's a theory. No, they really came in the 13th century. That's what the historical researcher says. So no, if put it this way, if that could be, if that was the case, then how come nowadays we ain't got no frozen, conditions in those areas? How come ain't no migrations now? How come we don't see a lot of them coming through the Bering Strait coming down now? This should be just like people coming from Mexico. Oh, they're trying to come in America through the Bering Strait. How come we don't hear that? Because it was a theory. That's why. It's a fallacy. They didn't happen. No, they came over here in boats. They came in boats 10 times bigger than what Christopher Columbus came in. They made Christopher Columbus and boats look like toys. So when we understand what really went down, then it changed the whole narrative. It basically changes your perspective. So no, the Bering Strait is a lie. Even look, and this is a trip, because if you Google up Bering Strait, even the Native American society, they debunking it. They say it's a lie. Native Americans.
Big facts.
So that's why I always say we gotta keep things in perspective. And we have to definitely lock everything in by its timeline. Now, here's the thing to prove what I'm saying. If anybody researches codexes of Central America, Anahuac, ancient Mexico, Anahuac, keep in mind, it was named Mexico after the Mexicans, the Mongol tribe. Before that, it was called Anahuac. So if you look at the ancient codexes from Anahuac from antiquity, all you see is people looking like us. You start seeing pale or Xanthocroic looking people later in the codexes, which is consistent to right around the time they arrived. Now you understand what's going on. Because when you look at the older ones, you don't see none of them. And I was talking with a sister of the day. I do believe that there was a migration of Asian or Asiatic people, but they were looking less like we are. Those were the richly, like you said, Chief, 2,000 years ago, they were all, melanated people in China. Those were who they were. Those came when the Huns first invaded Asia. This was in the 4th century. So now you got some coming around the 4th, 5th century coming. Then you have about 800 years later when Kublai Khan, they started invading, and they conquered China in 1280 and Japan in 1280. Then they set their sights on America.
Facts. So here's the thing, right? Let's just tackle this whole Behringer thing, right? But we got to start with the whole Ice Age. It's not even it hasn't made a hypothesis. It hasn't made a theory stage yet. It's just a story, right? That some people say, and then people will take a headline or something and they'll just run with it like it's true. It's a cartoon character. It's not true. Ice Age is them trying to write themselves in history based on being cold, snow, UV rays. All these things are not even theories. They're like fake, right? So that's the first thing, right? Second thing is, right, during the time period of this so-called time period of the Ice Age, boats had already been on the planet for tens of thousands of years, if not hundreds of thousands of years prior to this, right? So we've already been charting and mapping new dates, times, migration, like when to move, like, you know what I'm saying? If it's gonna be cold. So I don't, you follow me? So, and the kicker, just to kill everything, right? The people of that time period in this so-called Siberia area are Negroes, according to the anthropology, according to the archaeology. The people there are Negroes, right? So, hey, how about this? All the people on the planet at this time, 10,000 BC, are Negroes.
Yes, thank
you. Checkmate, bro. Like, goddamn.
Thank you,
goddamn. Y'all watch a fucking movie, it said 10,000 BC, and then you will see a mixed guy there, and you'll be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. No. Really? That makes sense to you?
No.
You should be protesting at the theater because if they're putting out imagery or whatever that's not accurate.
Right.
That's not accurate right there. Brad Pitt's not accurate. I'm sorry.
No, especially when it's a historical theme movie. No, it's not accurate.
That's not accurate. Yeah, that's a fake depiction. Hollywood can do what they want to do. That's another thing that we don't really understand. Right. Why are they doing this? They reinforce it with their school books.
Yep.
You see how it works? Like they reinforce it with the school books, and then you got grown ass men that come out here and just say all this dumb shit out their mouth. You be like, really? But scientists say dumb shit out their mouth all the time. Oh, well, yeah, we know this is a Negro, but guess what? The DNA.
I'm like, how
could be Native American? They'll say some shit like, could be Native American. Y'all fuck niggas, man.
Is it is, it ain't.
Yeah, man.
Look, this like I did in I think it was part. I think it was part 102. Probably even both of them. I probably even mentioned it. But you gotta take into account, like I was talking about maize. Maize they say was cultivated around 10 to 7,000 years ago. Well, that predates the mutation of pale-skinned people from the gene SL245A. So that right there eliminates them from the whole picture. This is what people got to understand. Y'all weren't even around. You weren't even here. So what are you talking about? So once we
bro, like I just want to know what did England look like 2,000 years ago? What did France look like 2,000 years ago? Like y'all, people be just slow, bro. Like this shit is slow, man. It's too slow for me.
Look, like I said, every land inhabitable was inhabited by melanated people, melanated to different degrees, different hues, but they all was melanated. There wasn't no pale-skinned people. According to their own scientists, pale skin evolved, mutation of pale skin was less than 6,000 years ago. They got it recorded at 5,800 years ago. So that's less than 6,000 years ago. So when you understand that, then they're telling you that they went around. So like
it's as simple as that, bro. Like they just wasn't here. I don't know why people just like that's that's ridiculous. Like just mathematics.
Right. That's why when you see the
every 100 years you saw some drops. Come on, y'all.
Look, this is why when you see the oldest descriptions, the oldest depictions, all of these
like that's
paintings, like especially over in like Russia, even in Europe, you don't never see the white folks. Not the old ones. You can tell the ones that's been recent or whitewashed, but when you look at the old, like in Russia, they ain't even changed those faces. They still got in those museums. So you can, if you want to see what they look like, that's what they look like. This is.
I mean, I don't know how this is. Bro, like, I don't even know how that's even an argument anymore. Like, even an Afrocentric should agree that that's okay. Every Afrocentric would believe that he's right? If we got Ashwa Kwesi on here, if we could ask.
But you know, now the oppositions, they believe everybody. They will tell you, oh no, they came from Africa, they migrated up there, and they said, no. Again, this is
based off of.
Listen to what I'm saying though. Every landmass that was inhabitable was inhabited by melanated. Now, I'm speaking of inhabitable lands. Look, I'm speaking of inhabitable lands. Now, the continent of Africa has just recently, I can show you maps from the 1550s when it was still half submerged. So the continent of Africa has just been recently, acclimated to what it is now. This is why you understand why they went there in 1900 and colonized Africa. This is why you never see any explorations of Africa until the late 1800s. On their maps from the Sebastian Munster 1550 map, look at it. Look at the bottom of the continent of what is now Africa, and tell me, oh, that's the whole canal. Half of it is still submerged. And then the person that they got sitting there on that map lets you know who the people of the land was. It wasn't looking like us. So when you understand that, you got all of these images of all these melanated people everywhere else around the world, because all these other places was inhabitable. They used to call Africa the wastelands. Why? Now you understand. So now getting back to what we were saying earlier about they saying that they brought Africans here to the Americas. That's nonsensical when you think about it. Christopher Columbus came here, and in their record said his first voyage he brought 1,500 back with him. He came back for 3 more voyages after that. So don't you know, every time he came, he took slaves back with him, or prisoners of war, and enslaved them. That's what was going on. And now when you do the research of Brazil, and you find out that the Tempi Numba, the original people of that land, were encountered by the Jesuits and the conquistadors, who called them Negros de Terra, blacks of the land. Then when you understand that the Dutch basically conquered them, slaughtered them, took their land, and was shipping them off to what is now West Africa, it makes sense, because that's who started Negro land in West Africa: the Dutch, English, and Denmark. Those 3 cousins got together and started that establishment called Negro land. So what I gotta be telling people, if the Dutch had 3 settlements in the Americas, they had one in North America and New Amsterdam, which is New York. They had one in the Caribbeans and the Antilles. Then they had another one in South America and Recife, Brazil. That was New Holland. So that was the triangle period. That was your triangle slave trade right there, from the north coast of North America to the Caribbean to South America and back. That's how they were shipping people back and forth and mixing tribes, taking people from South America, bringing them up to North America, taking people from North America, dropping them off to the Caribbean, taking people from Caribbean, taking them back up to North America or South America, switching the people up. That's what was going on.
Hey, you know what's crazy, bro? You just made me think about the Amistad, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys watched the movie, but I went to the movies, man, and I seen the movies, and it was like full of white people, right? I'm like, me and another person is only melanated people in the movie theater, right? Think about that. I was mad as shit, right? So the whole time I'm thinking that boat came from Africa. Check.
Right.
So you do some real research and find out that La Amistad was coming from Cuba, going to another place in Cuba, right? These are Cuban citizens. These are not Africans. Check.
Right.
Okay.
When we say Cuba, we talk about Americans.
Right. But it was a 4-month trip after they took the boat over that they went from Cuba, right? After they took the boat from Cuba to Connecticut. It took 4 months. They did not have food for 4 months. It was going like a day trip to Cuba, right? To another port in Cuba, right? So it was on a day trip. So why would they be going 4 months up the coast of America, around Florida, all the way up? Why would they do all that? Right? They were going in and off. They were going and getting food, getting back on the boat. You understand what I'm saying? Before they finally got stopped in Connecticut, so to speak, right? So when you start doing your information and it says it's not about slavery, that whole case wasn't about slavery. It's about the cargo. It was about who had jurisdiction over the boat and things of that nature. So it had nothing to do with slavery. So the Steven Spielberg movie is a fictional depiction of Amistad. You know what I'm saying? So once again, to beat you down, to make you like you feel like you're a slave, that you came from the bottom of a boat getting pissed and shit on.
Right. Let's piggyback what you just said, Chief. A lot of this propaganda that they're putting out is to demoralize us. It's a mental conditioning, to make us feel subservient, to make us feel lesser than what we really are, so that we won't reach our full potential. Because it's like a how can I put it? It's like a downer. You know what I'm saying? To know that every time you look around, they throwing up some kind of museum for slavery, putting out some kind of movie, and I'm like, for real? Y'all, when they came out with the new Roots, I'm like, wait a minute, why? You know what I'm saying? What has to be done, getting back to what you said earlier about power. Power comes basically when power, when you have power, you can control the narrative. When you have power, you can basically correct what's been put out, all the misinformation. So
right, what you think?
Power, we will be able to go ahead and rewrite this history that's been given to us that is all lies.
Facts. So what you think about that, A1?
They went back.
No, I don't think you back.
Yeah, I'm right here. Yeah, what's up? You?
Yeah.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm about to end this though, man. I'm sleepy as hell, man. I let y'all run, man. But yeah, but no, I'm just saying, a lot of information, man. We could definitely say this for another time, man. We done went in. Shit, it's damn near 1:30, man. We didn't give the people. We didn't give y'all an extra, man. We didn't give y'all like a sequel to the first story and shit that was going on. You know what I'm saying? See, we didn't give you enough information to go study or whatever. But yeah, man, definitely had some gratitude. You know what I'm saying? To have anytime a brother or medicine man come through. You know what I'm saying? He ain't no stranger to the platform coming through. Thank you for coming through, man.
It's all love.
You know what? Shit, man. We can go all night, man. You know what I'm saying?
You already know we do.
Yeah, no doubt, indeed, man. You know what I'm saying? Definitely thank you for coming through, man. Anytime you walk me, anytime, man. You know what I'm saying? All you gotta do is hit me, and we can go in, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. We have to do some more build. And look, and I just throw this out there because I said something to AP about it earlier. Like some of the videos that I've been putting out, what I was wanting to do is get us. We are here on the panel. Let's go ahead and dissect some of this stuff. Because a lot. It's like I put so much in the videos, I don't get to touch on everything. I might just say a little something, but then I'm going to another point that I'm trying to make, or I might just show something that kind of correlates with some things. But it's like it's so much information that I don't think everybody gets it. So that might be something that I was telling AP. We might want to go ahead and maybe start doing some breakdowns on some of the videos.
Yeah, I'm with that. That's what's up. That's what's supposed to there. That's our deal right there. Yeah. Put some commentary to them. Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. That was up.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I like that. That sounds good.
That's what's up, dude.
No doubt, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Shout out to anybody and everybody. I only went on the live stream on the YouTube screen like 2 times. Whatever. But shout out to anybody. If you did leave me super chats, thank you. Shout out to everybody that came through. You know what I'm saying? Sunday night. Chief Holiday, AP, Medicine Man.
Yes, sir.
And we'll be back, man, another time, man. We can get up out of here, man. Peace to everybody.
Peace.
Yep, heavyweight jammer.
Oh, that was another one right there.
Man, you already know, man. We can go all night, man. So much information. Man, you just be sparking so much shit, man. It's crazy.
Hey, that's what I'm here for. Man. That's what I'm here for. You know what I'm saying? That's what I try to evoke in everybody. That's what I want you to, go ahead and look it up for yourself.
Fact. That's all they gotta do, man. Like that'll shut everything else down.
Mm-hmm.
Like y'all know who came on home though? George Macon. He just went ahead and said, "Fuck it, I'm done with that dumb shit over there, bro. It's almost over, man."
Came home. Oh, that's what's up.
When he do that?
He did a live stream the other day, right? So I popped in the chat room. He was already talking about, just the state of the community and the information and stuff like that. But I popped in, hey man, peace, everything, George, woo woo. He said, yeah, Chief, what's up, man? He started going on that. He was like, yeah, man, and I just start talking about Pan Africans like on the tip of them not going with the evidence and just woo 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 and going with the eugenics society. He started going there. I was like, shit, this over. Bro, either you look at the evidence, if you fair and balanced, you're gonna be like, okay, I heard what he just said. I heard what they just said.
Hey.
I heard what my brother said. Wait a minute, this don't make sense, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we still alive, just to let you know.
Shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. A1 just left.
This is the outtake stuff.
A1 just left.
What we be saying after we go off air.
Nah, A1 just he shut it down, bro.
No, he ain't. We gotta get off. We gotta get off.
Let me look at this, man. Yeah, I guess we are still on, huh? It's all good. Shout out to the chat room, man.
Yeah, I'm gone. Peace, y'all.
You going out? I mean, who gonna shut the
shit? Once you end it, it should shut off.
Yeah, I had to shut that down.
Yeah, once you get off, it'll cut off.
All right, cut off. All right, yeah, man. Just want to say shout out to everybody, man. You gone? Oh yeah, man. Peace to everybody, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to this. Subscribe to the Tribe Up Sports News and Entertainment, man. We're gonna be going in on this on some stuff tomorrow, man. Egypto America. So shout out to the Tribe, man. And also TribeUp.app, man. Peace to everybody, man. We definitely appreciate everybody. Shout out to A1, AP, Medicine Man. Chief Holiday, I'm out.